don't want to be held responsible or accountable to their actions by enforcing some kind of abstraction to explain away their actual doings with fiction things, if you follow what I'm saying. I attempted to make it very simple, but I was hoping I didn't mansplain it to you.
You can't mansplain things to me.
Okay, good.
You threw a bunch of things out there. I still don't have a clear picture what your purpose is with your contention. What your contention is? What do you say?
Okay,
Does
I'll
anyone have
make it
anything they
very
want to go
short.
at Zanick with? I doubt
Very
you're going to make it
simple.
very short and simple. I doubt it, but go ahead.
I am the man who cares to hold others accountable to their actions. Was that clear enough?
That's clear. Now, how does that relate to what the topic was that you were discussing? What actions are you?
Yeah. Okay, so let's see how that works. So I asked, are you touching boobs when boobs are touched by you? Question mark.
Well, according to Newtonian mechanics,
Answer the question. You put a question mark after.
Yeah, when you impart a force on something, it'll have to respond back with an equal and opposite force. That is the definition of in our conversation with you, what the word touch means.
So, by using your abstraction, are you touching boobs? Question mark.
I just told you. If you impart a force on something, then you are defined as touching it, and it is touching you with the same and proportional and same force as well.
So the boob is also touching me.
Correct.
I see.
Why do we got to use?
Are
boob?
you sure?
I'm positive. By my definition of touch.
So, is touch something you, let's say, use your hand to come into contact with something else? Or is touch also, let's say, skin-to-skin contact without actually using the hand? Let's say an elbow to an elbow, because elbow is here, and I wanted to say that 4 times.
Is this roleplay?
Anything touching anything is touch. Anything making an impact and applying a force to anything is touching it.
No, fuck no. I'm taking over Zanick.
Show me an example where something is touching something and not imparting a force on it.
A magnet isn't touching a piece of metal when it's imparting a force on it until they come in contact.
I agree with you. You're right. So
you were wrong. All right, just concede now and we'll move on.
I can see there. I can see there. Yes.
So, Jeremy, how does that apply to the boob? Please, we need your enlightened state of mind.
I'm just correcting Zanick's foolishness that he just comes in here and says stuff like that, and I got to correct him all the time. So that's all I was doing, Zanick.
Okay, then I think we need to be corrected on how we're touching a boob or not, or if it's touching us at the same time. Does it not apply to that too?
The thing I said, no.
Oh, that's really sad and unfortunate.
If you guys are gonna do a tutorial on boob touching, let me take notes.
I'm all in.
We have already started.
Dude, I need no notes, bro. I've just always been a natural.
After you guys do that, Pure Rigor's gonna give it. I don't even want to. We're live streaming. Let's keep it professional, guys.
But this is professional with entertainment.
So back to Jeremy's clarification there. Yeah, I don't have to actually. I mean, anytime I'm imparting a force on another object, I'm touching it. Anything that it.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. If with the magnet too, you're touching it. It doesn't have to be on it. In the same position.
So you conceded, and now you're going back on your concession.
No, I'm not. I'm just clarifying. I'm using what you've
Are you
added.
really surprised though? Are you really surprised, Zanick?
No, our last few interactions have been very bad faith, Zanick, from your part.
No. You made a good point. I'm clarifying.
Hey guys, apologies, but please try to stick to the original professional thing we're exploring here. That's boobs and not magnets, guys.
I was responding clearly to Jeremy. Jeremy, I stand by my statement that anytime anything.
You're responding, not clearly though.
Yeah, well, this will be clearly. Let me just finish the fucking sentence.
This is fucking done.
So anything
don't get mad over boobs, guys. Come on.
Anything
we cannot get mad over boobs.
Anything else is touching it, and you said no.
You guys are hilarious.
Hold on. A
This
magnet
tutorial sucks,
Hey,
dude.
a
I'm going to
magnet
YouTube.
imparts a force on another
A force of
object
what,
that is
Zanick?
magnetic.
A force
So
of what?
yes,
By
it
what
is
to what?
touching it. Why is it so hard for you to shut the fuck up?
I just made a
force of
tutorial
what,
pure
Zanick?
rigor. If you want, I could send it to you.
Okay, we all know that boobs can make men very frustrated and upset, but Zanick, please attempt to hold your control.
Jeremy, you
Pure
said no, you're
rigor is
wrong.
This is fucking
Magnet.
hilarious.
Pure rigor right now is
magnets are touching via the magnetic force, not to boobs, but to other magnetic, ferromagnetic, or magnetic type materials. So why was that wrong? I mean, I like your.
But is not boobs magnetic to you? Like when you
Stop
see
talking
boobs,
about
aren't you
boobs.
drawn
I'm not
to them?
talking about boobs. Hey, fetish boy, stop it.
Zanuck does not like boobs. That's
Pure
sorry.
rigor
Oh, well,
right now.
I'm
Right
a
now,
boob
Pure rigor is
connoisseur, but
typing into
that's not the
YouTube
point.
how to touch boobs.
There's
Dude,
never been a
Pure Rigor,
moment
I have
where
the
I have not
tutorial
been
for
pulled
you.
to
It's an
them
MP4.
Guys,
magnetically.
hold on, man. Guys, there's too many
I've
people
been to the
talking at once. Let's
mountaintop.
all settle down. Don't get Zanick fired up right away. He just got in here.
No, I
Jeremy,
want Zanuck fired up.
Jeremy, you talked about magnetism, and I agree with you. That is also touching. Anything magnetism can impart a force on things. So yes, that is still touching. Magnetism
Negative.
touch other. Why do you say that? Why?
The magnet is not touching the thing that it's implying the force on.
How do you mean?
You said if you
Magnet's not touching boob.
the piece of metal,
Yeah,
the magnet's not touching it
it's touching it via its magnetic force.
via its magnetic force.
By virtue of, yes. By virtue
Okay,
of its
but the magnet itself
So
is
now
not
we're
touching
virtue
the.
signaling.
Well, if
The
you look at it,
magnet itself is not
so
touching. You already conceded to this, dude. What you're going
I
back
did,
now?
but I want
So
to
if I had a piece of plutonium next to a Geiger counter, would you say that the plutonium is touching the Geiger counter?
Via the force. Yep.
No, there's no force
Yeah,
on
he
the
has
guy.
to. He's virtue signaling the
There's
word touching.
there's
It's
no
so pathetic, Zanick.
force.
Just
There's no force being
just say I
imparted.
fucked up.
There's no
Let's move it
Your
along.
confession was valid. I don't know why you're fighting so hard on this.
force
You
being
were
imparted on the
giving
Geiger counter.
All right, guys, let's all
electric
relax.
current.
The magnet's not touching the piece of metal until they touch. Then they're touching. Before they're
Define touch.
touching, they're not touching though.
Touching, I said, is an interaction where forces are imparted.
No, it's when you come in. I define touch. It's to come in contact with something. The
So
magnet doesn't come in contact with a piece of metal until it's touching.
So you're saying it has to occupy the same point in space?
No, that's impossible. Nothing can occupy. Two different things can't occupy the same point in space.
Excellent.
So Jeremy, I'm curious. Jeremy.
Zanick, you see me?
Sorry.
So you can't. So something cannot occupy the same space. So it's got to be next to it. How does it have to? How does it touch if it's next to it? Is it rubbing up against
You
it?
just reworded.
No. He knows where I'm going.
That's the only time they're touching is when they're directly next to it.
How close? Define next to, or give me a distance.
Until they're coming contact. Until they come in contact.
What does that mean?
You need me to
Zanuck,
define contact?
you need to stop coming in contact with men.
No.
We need a definition. We need a fucking dictionary for Zanuck.
He knows the theory. They say that nothing ever really touches anything because at the atomic level, these things have a repulsion. They are going to resist each other and not come in contact. That's by definition of atomic theories.
Your model also claims that the magnetic field extends far past infinity and beyond.
And Zanick, why did you claim earlier then that you have touched boobs if you're upholding this as logical? You know,
because my definition was anything imparting a force. So I still say magnets are touching other steel or other ferromagnetic materials, even though they're not actually occupying a traditional near space.
Okay,
Well,
let's just jump and beg the question conclusion. Zanick, please be honest with us. Have you actually ever touched a boob?
I told you, absolutely. And I've seen some of the most magnificent. I've seen boobs that should be in the Smithsonian that most people haven't seen. You
have evidence?
You can say that about any ex-girlfriend.
My GoPro camera
most
died.
people haven't seen.
One night, my GoPro camera died. I'm sorry, I don't have the evidence for you.
Then we do not trust you or believe you.
Well, then why are we having a conversation? If we can't have a conversation built on trust, then there is no conversation.
We can't trust that you're going to use the fucking dictionary for words. Why would we trust anything you say?
You guys are a fun group. I have to I'll give you that.
But even if you gave us pictures, Could it not still be Photoshop?
Sure, that's what I mean. But why even bother going there if there's no trust?
Yeah, I feel you. I understand.
But if you show me a picture of you grabbing that quote boob, we will be inclined to think that maybe if he's
I want to ask you about this force
touch
you
it.
say, Zanick. This force of what?
Oh, here I was. That's what I was waiting for. I was hoping you were going to say that.
What if I do it right in front of you, though?
All right.
Am I claiming to do it then, or is it something I do? I think we're
Yeah,
kind
Just
of
to
going
steal
back
your
to.
girl right in front of you. What are you gonna
Anyway,
do, Zanick? You just stole your
force,
chick.
touching something.
If Zanick comes and steals your chick, what are you doing, Zanick? Is this gonna be American Gladiator?
In two objects. Oh, you should have seen the boobs on that show. There were some good ones. Two objects impart a force on another. They are touching them. Each other. They are touching each other.
For some reason, I'm
Yeah,
inclined to
fine.
think you're lying. I say something like, well, he actually never did touch those boobs, so I'm not to be upset about anything.
I'm also
Your
inclined
girlfriend.
to say he's lying.
Your inclination doesn't provide any supportive and substantial evidence or truth to anything.
Zanick,
It's drawn on the evidence that you're
Yeah, the
speaking
force
of
of
some kind
gravity.
of like metaphysical abstraction that you say is the
No.
actuality of the circumstance, which is kind of like making me puzzled.
Abstractions from atomic theory that are well known and well
So
defined.
you don't need
so you do
atomic
not
theory to
disagree,
know that you're touching a tree, bro. Like, it's
and
fucking
you're also
absurd.
not disagreeing that they are abstractions. Is that correct?
If we were all magnetic and in every our structures were ferrofluidic and things, and some cop saw you walk by and you reached over and made an imprint in that girl's boob with your hand a couple inches apart, and then she said, "Officer, he just touched my boob," and he saw the whole thing, the imprint of your ferromagnetic the ferromagnetic fluid boob and your magnetic fingernails.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He said, "You're guilty. You should have touched her. You did touch her, and you're going to jail for touching her with your magnetic fingernails."
But according to modern science, there is no technically happening. Like that never technically did happen. It's the same thing if some kind of like now in I guess it's like in 30 years be held accountable for a crime, because technically the bullet actually just traveled in the empty space in between the material, meaning actually it didn't do anything. Like it didn't. Like what happened really? I don't know, dude.
It imparted forces on materials, right? And the bullet
I see.
Moved things around, even though it didn't.
What kind of force? Invisible forces?
A force that
I don't know. I've been asking, but Siak won't let him answer.
A force that imparted an acceleration.
Zanick, does the sun touch the Earth via gravity?
What's that?
Does the sun touch the Earth via gravity?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Virtually.
This is next level dumb.
Okay, but now we've abstracted the word touching.
No, guys, he agreed. He said virtually.
It seems because it seems like
he's virtue signaling. Everything is just a virtue signal of the word touch.
It seems like it's not really touching it though. The sun is not really touching because it's a pseudo touch.
Oh, so it's not touching.
It's a pseudo touch.
All right, so it's not touching.
It's not. No,
we're
the gravity well I make. Doesn't the gravity well I make go?
Okay, guys, I gotta
out
go.
for
This
infinity,
conversation. I'm
Zanick.
sorry if I was cutting you out. This conversation makes me want to get back to reality.
Hold on
I
a
kind of have
second,
to
guys.
go do
Lose
some
faith.
touching. Guys, see
It
you
makes
later.
me lose faith in the growers.
Force of what?
Yannick, you could a force that imparts that acceleration. Yeah, you should have started with something that actually was sensical, because it was nonsensical. You couldn't just state your purpose or your contention.
What's nonsensical about touching boobs? I don't understand.
You couldn't. That's not the contention. You use it an example. Use an example to support your contention.
All right, man. Zanick.
Why are you interrupting me? Why?
Bruh,
I've been
don't ever
trying to
act
ask a
like the
question. These
interruption
guys
is
are
interrupting
walking all
something
over me.
important.
Yeah, he couldn't.
Does my gravity well just go off forever?
Yes, you're touching everything.
I think we can end this
touching everything
conversation,
at
guys.
once.
We can end this
Hold on,
conversation
guys. I'm
right
trying to go
now. We
somewhere.
can.
Zanick, please. Zanick.
Yeah, sorry.
Zanick, does my gravity well go out forever?
The gravity well does not go out
The
forever.
one I personally make with my body.
Gravity waves can go on forever, though.
So my gravity well does not go out forever.
Well, define gravity well. What do you mean by gravity well?
The effect.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Fuck you.
Force. Like that's what
Yeah, I
you're
know,
talking
bro.
about. Touch.
The
I can't
same
believe this guy is
gravity well that
actually
had the
looked at
sun
as
touching
like
the earth.
a.
The same gravity well that had the sun touching Earth, Zanick. That gravity well.
Zanick, could you also substantiate your positive claim on how touching boobs
Hold
is
on,
nonsensical?
C-act. C-act.
Yeah, he can't help
I'm
himself.
sorry.
Does the gravity well that touches the Earth, the same gravity well that I make, does that go forever?
I would say no.
What stops it? You're not steelmating, GR. You're not steelmating, GR.
Yeah, because the gravity
Yeah.
well is not really a term that's
He's
used
not.
in GR. The gravity well is not really.
Does the sun's gravity well that has the thing that has the sun? Guys, can I get 5 minutes with Zanick, please?
Yeah, have fun. I'm
This is
off
the guy who doesn't even
to
believe the
touch
word
something.
touching
Be
has
right back.
meaning. Go ahead.
I gave you the
See, yeah,
definition.
take 5, dude. Zanick, does the sun's gravity well ever end, or does that go on forever?
Gravity well. I mean, what do you mean by? Can you define your gravity well? Because they
The thing that has the sun touching Earth. I'm defining it for you. The thing that you have the sun touching the Earth. That thing. When does that end? If I put something a little bit past the Earth, would the sun be touching that thing?
Virtually. Remember, it's virtual.
Okay? The sun. Okay. Is the sun touching the next galaxy over?
Yes.
Is the sun touching the edge of the universe?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay, so my gravity well that I make, is that touching the sun?
I don't know about the gravity well, though. You're defining something as a term that's not used.
Whatever the thing is that the sun has the sun touching, how do you want to describe it, dude? How do you want to describe it?
Touching has an effect on.
No, what the thing the sun's doing. Define the thing the sun's doing so I can use the right words to appease you.
It's doing nothing. It's space and time that are doing it.
They're bending, right? They're bending.
Yep.
Causing a gravity well.
I don't think they talk about gravity wells in
What name do you want to put there so I know how to communicate with you? You know what? I'm good. I'm good. Go ahead, guys. Never mind. I'm good. Zanick's so disingenuous.
Zanick.
I'm done with you forever, Zanick.
No, you're not.
Zanick,
no, we're done. Me and you are done, dude.
Okay, I'll just say I don't know, so I can help you move the conversation forward.
Zanick, I need you to define the word define.
Well, in more serious, Zanick, I think he's asking a pretty reasonable question. He's drawing the lines out for you. I don't know why it's so hard for you to answer. Because obviously the mass of a human body has some gravity to it, right? Does that in the same way that the sun's gravity extend forever, our own personal bubble of gravity, or however you'd like to define it, extend forever?
Okay. I'll go with that.
You didn't answer.
Yes or no question.
Yes.
I'll go with that.
I'll go with that. It's a yes or no question. You can either go with yes or no.
He said yes. No, he said yes.
Gravity well. The gravity well that he's
guys.
thinking about.
Hold on, Zanick. Zanick, hold on a second.
I'm answering you. You want me to answer?
Clear the room for a fucking idiot.
You said yes. You already said yes. You answered. We heard you.
Fine. I said yes. Great.
Clear the room for a guy who thinks we're touching everything.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So the issue with
given
that
that
is,
logic,
guys,
given that logic,
let me clear the floor, guys. Please just give Jeremy a couple minutes, dude.
Well, I said forget it, and I'm done with him. But this guy cleared it up, so now I want to carry on because he got Zanick to admit the thing I was trying to say.
Good,
so, given that logic, that means I am touching everything on Earth. So I'm
honestly,
already
Bible
touching.
talk is better. No wonder Bible talk happens. This is fucking ridiculous.
So I'm touching everything right now.
Through spooky action at a distance.
Nope, through the gravity bubble, or however you guys phrase it.
Gravity is a pseudo force.
So, but you have the sun touching the Earth. That means I'm touching everything on Earth right now. Me personally, I'm touching everything.
I said virtually touching.
Does that mean not really or actually?
Pseudo touch. Reference frame dependent and without a source.
So not touching.
not physically touching.
Oh my God. Go ahead, guys.
I want to know what Zanick was even getting at. Why was he talking about not touching tree things?
No, we don't want to know. All right, that man is a terrorist.
He's a terrorist. Oh my God. So what's going on, boys? It's been a while since I've been in here. You guys anything? Any revelations? Any
define going on? What do you mean by going?
It's happening.
What do you mean by happening? Define happening.
Any events that are occurring.
All right. Well, define
event.
Change of our reality.
Define change.
Well, what do you mean by change? Define that. Change. Yeah, you're gonna have to define that.
Something being different than something else.
Define different.
Define different then.
Not the same. Oh, circular reasoning. I forgot.
Define same. Define
same?
Circular.
Equal.
Define equal.
Same value of
That's what this server is, bro. So a fucking what is that thing? Reductium ad absurdum or whatever. That happens a little too often. That happens a little too often in every single conversation on every subject in this server every time.
Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as exciting as it is. You need that.
Honestly, you're the excitement, Zanick. You really are.
It's the gotcha. This is the gotcha server. Whenever Jeremy asks me a question, yeah, I know he's begging for a gotcha. He just wants to get that. He's searching for not begging.
You like when Jeremy begs for you, huh?
On your knees like a rat eating cheese.
It's because all your bullshit is just like ridiculous. So there's always a gotcha there. Even if I don't want there to be a gotcha there, it's always there because all the shit you say is absolutely insane.
That wouldn't be insane or a gotcha if it was.
You just said the sun's touching the earth, and I'm touching everything on earth.
Virtually touching it. Pseudo touching.
Define virtual.
Jeremy is omnipresent all of a sudden. Jeremy's omnipresent according to Zanick, bro.
It's reference frame dependent.
Touching is like useless. Like it is not.
The conversation's useless. 100%.
Everything's touching everything. I'm writing that down underneath Paz's. Everything is in everything. Now, Zanick,
Jeremy, you're omnipresent, bro.
Everything.
Only the reference.
Zanick, in Zanick's religion, you're God, Jeremy. It's strange.
Everything's touching everything.
No, virtually. Pseudo touch.
So not really touching. They're not touching. So not touching.
Reference frame dependent and without a source.
Are they touching or are they not touching?
They're not touching because it's a pseudo force.
So then why are we talking about it? Why are we even talking about it? This is why I don't like you anymore. This is the reason why I don't like you anymore. This right here.
You love me.
I don't even like you.
Yes, you do. And I love you and like you right back.
This is fucking weird. This is fucking weird, bro.
Talk about boobs again. Let's talk about boobs again.
This is fucking really weird, bro. Like, fuck.
I don't get how this is enjoyable for you, Zanick.
I was bored.
I don't get how this is supposedly a intellectual conversation.
You guys are talking about touching trees and
but like doing this stupid little word game, it's like you get off on it. You're all giggling and shit, having a grand time.
You guys are laughing too. What are you talking about?
We're laughing at you mostly.
That's okay, as long as you're laughing. As long as I'm bringing joy to the pseudo universe.
And we're laughing at like each other's jokes.
You know what? Zanick does bring me joy sometimes.
See, there you go.
Well,
I'm filled with joy right
this
now.
Morning, and I'm filled with joy at the moment.
Yeah, we're all filled with joy because of Zanick, actually. You really have gone above and beyond this time.
Zanick for bringing up the boobs. I give him like that. That's his plus.
Definitely.
He brought up the boobs and it just turned into just fucking comedy hour.
Feel free to bring up boobs more often on this server. We really appreciate it.
I think you need show and tell. You need to have pictures, otherwise it's not a worthless conversation.
With Zanick, you need to, because otherwise he doesn't know what he's touching.
Zanick apparently touches everything. He even expressed that he would like it if Jeremy would touch everything with him.
But yeah, you're getting into a real dangerous area there.
Don't be a bigot. Don't be a bigot.
All right.
Well, you got a
What was
problem
it?
with gay people now? What the fuck?
Not at all.
What happened
No,
there?
I mean,
Well, what's the problem?
no problem. Who said it was a problem? Divine problem.
You Zanick.
Got him.
Coco's at the flying hot dog.
Zanick.
Look at some of the pictures. You guys are, this is
Well,
always
you made us laugh tonight.
You guys are always posting the most fucking hilarious pictures.
To an extent,
That's
I would
actually
say, I
closer
mean,
than a mountain.
200 miles up is not a big deal. I traveled 200 miles today. I don't know why low Earth orbit is a problem with anybody. Like, it's not that far. Matter of fact, they say it's like 80,000. I flew feet or 52,000 feet the other day.
Yeah. So radar ranging of a satellite overhead is valid, but then the
I
moon
would,
and the sun
I
are
guess I would
invalid.
answer
I'm
yes.
just curious what that split is.
Sure, I got no problem with satellites up above me.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it proves other things. Just like I don't have a problem with, you'll call it Giscalon, but it's just another point. I don't have a problem with the 24-hour sun in the south. To me, it proves a firmament, some type of crystal-like dome that plays light shows in the sky, which is basically what we see.
You just use the word prove. Does it really prove, or does it just enough evidence for you to believe?
Yeah, whatever you want to say. I mean, proof has many meanings. It's not a laughter moment. That was honesty. I'm not being a scientist that's getting paid to use the correct terms of proof and evidence and all that bullshit. It's made up bullshit. They can't even be honest with themselves. They'll come on TV and write books and teach in the schools their best guess, right? That's what they're teaching. Everyone knows it, but they assert it like it's the truth, like it's a fact. It's not. It's an educated guess.
What I will say, when I was working at university, helping basically office lab running and office running, because I wasn't a postgrad, and I wrote up a lot of papers, dissertations, and patents for these people. I was basically just helping them, where I could. From my recollection, whenever I saw the word proof in anything, it was in the context, solely in the context of mathematics. No one ever suggested, in scientific research, as far as I'm aware, that they proved anything.
Yeah, I agree that that's what they say, but when they teach it as fact, a 9-year-old doesn't know that. A 9-year-old sees an authority figure of their professor with a bow tie in front of them, teaching from a book that's 300 pages thick, saying that the moon is 250,000 miles away and it wobbles this, that, and the other, and it's going this speed, and it's held, it doesn't rotate like all the other objects in the sky because of this, that, and the other. They teach it as fact, sir. They don't say this is our best guess.
The wobble of the moon, you can just you can work that yourself with a camera.
I knew he was going to do that.
All my kids' science books do present hypothesis as hypothesis and
No, they don't.
best guesses as best guesses. They do. Absolutely.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They teach everything about the solar system as fact. You're told to remember it and then repeat it for the test. Yes.
No.
Yes.
You have my son's school books? No, you do not.
Okay, go ahead and pull it out.
No, he's in school right now. I'm actually in the line to pick him up in the moment. But
Cool. Then I can't wait to hear you read out of his
you should
his
definitely
Earth science
read
book
the
where they say this is just a guess, guys. We don't actually know. That's a lie. It doesn't happen.
well, that's a straw man of what I just said. But
Full Night. Well, are you down to read the textbook version though to us, and then we could look it up as well?
When he brings home his science homework, I'll show. But he doesn't bring it home regularly. And the books, they actually don't bring books home. But I see his essays. I'll find his essay that he got graded on.
Go bring a science book and read where it says it's the best guess.
His essay is not going to say that, the fact that we know Jupiter is the biggest planet is a guess. It's a fact that you're supposed to repeat.
That's about it's about current evidence, and I don't think it's ever said proof or anything.
I can't believe you're fighting against
even about
this,
plate
bro.
tectonics was the theory of plate tectonics, right? It wasn't like presented as facts, and this is in fourth grade.
An
It's
example
not
is
only
like
presented as
gravity,
fact, if you don't answer it the right way on the test, you get it wrong.
and it is presented as fact. So, if you talk about gravity, for example, like this is why we deal with so many people in here that swear up and down that gravity is mass attracting mass, and Newtonian gravity is correct. And only until they hear that conversation in a place like this do they realize actually that's not true. Or when they get to university, maybe do they start to learn that it's not the case.
What do you mean,
But when you're
maybe?
growing up, yeah, I mean maybe.
Oh, come on, if they do physics, they're going to know about GR, aren't they?
They're not going to be told that Newtonian gravity is wrong. Like you're not even really told. Dude. Let's just stick with the years in which they form the child. How about we start there instead of trying to skip it conveniently to university? Let's just stick with the years that form the actual children.
That's true. I'll give you that much. That in school they say, "Oh, Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system," right? They say
and that
that
gravity is mass attracts mass, and then they tell you the story of Newton.
Yeah. They do, and they tell you lots of things that are overly sympathized because ultimately school's not about giving you too much detail on those things, isn't it?
Oh, do you not get his point? His point is so undeniable. It should be just like a very agreeable thing that they present it as fact. Like they just say like here it says you go to school to learn what is true, to learn about things that you don't know. And it's presented in a way that's like, here's the stuff that's true. And then you're supposed to remember it all, right? And then repeat it for the test.
But you know as well as I do that the amount of time it's spent in school prior to 16, gawping at the solar system pictures and saying, remember which one's the third one, which one's the fourth one. I mean, everyone just puts that to the back of their mind, just goes on with their lives anyway, don't they? It doesn't form. It doesn't.
I don't know where you went to school. I mean, I guess I don't know. I went to a private school, and I learned about gravity early, and it was taught as a fact.
But that's the thing, Paza. Sure. You're proving the point. It was just taught as a fact, and then you moved on. There was no
and in the same way as when I was younger, and I come from an atheist family, apart from I can't say my children, but I went to school. I did religious education. I know the Lord's Prayer. I sung the hymns, did the nativities. I was taught that as a fact. Now, from my worldview, it's not, but it has just washed over me. It hasn't affected me in any way. It's arguably gave me some. It's contributed to some degree to my moral construct and my understanding of the way the world works. But kids at school, it's just a glorified creche these days. It's not even about teaching them skills for manufacturing or living. So I think most of the stuff at school just washes over children. It's about getting them to wear uniforms, getting them to turn up, getting them to realize there's authority figures, and making them realize that when they're in a room with a group of other people, there's a certain level of modicum behavioral expectations, and that giving them, some of them will go on after that will go on and learn more, and clearly their relationship with facts and hypotheses and the world around them is radically different. But school in and of itself is not going to make the world. If they started teaching kids at school was flat tomorrow, the working class of 25 years time won't be remotely different to the ones they are now. They'll still be going out and getting drunk and being promiscuous and dodging work and trying to get benefits when they can't and committing crimes. Nothing much will change.
Completely wrong. Completely wrong. Like in a geocentric universe, there has to be a God. In the current model they teach children that basically all this is just random and has no meaning or purpose. But I mean, it's funny that to draw your comparison, you brought up a religion. So the curriculum that's taught under the guise of science to children as fact, though it's not, is akin to a religion.
Well, if it's akin to a religion, you've just demonstrated that imposing a religion of sorts on doesn't make any difference.
So I'm just asking, like, so you do agree you're putting it in the same bucket as religion?
No, it's not religion. It hasn't got. It's not imbued with this. Teaching children the Earth is round is not imbued with dogma or moral principle or any
Yeah, this.
framework we should express to them the nature of their being beyond themselves or the universe around them. It doesn't do
Are
that.
you sure?
Because
Are you sure about any of that?
Sure.
Whoa.
Sure, because I could teach children that the Earth is flat and it's been around forever and there is no God, and they would swallow that just as they do any other proposition. You don't have to have a God in place to teach children.
You're trying to force the God combo. You said it wasn't dogma. It
No,
literally is.
you
You're
did.
told.
You
brought
mentioned
up,
God. You said that geocentrism it means that it has to be a God. That's the first time God was mentioned by you.
No, actually, it wasn't.
What?
You brought up religion, right? And then I corrected you when you talked about like if you presented them a different idea that there would be no more morality. I said I disagree, but the point was that to make your point, you brought up how you grew up in church and were taught all these things as fact, and now you don't think that they're fact. And I'm like, okay, so then the comparison you're drawing is to a religion, and that is actually a more accurate comparison. It's treated dogmatically like a religion.
The thing is that that may be true, but they're not directly now. Just because maths and science does have practical application in the real world, which can't be demonstrated any other way. So I mean, when people do that, I am all on board.
But do you not agree that it would be more honest to say stuff like, we use this equation and we know that this idea of gravity is not technically correct. We know it's wrong, but it's just convenient here and there to convey the simple idea, but we know this isn't the case.
The explanations for the underlying nature of gravity wash over me. The fact that it is a demonstrable manifest that there's something going on which causes downwardiness, blah 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 blah, and that I can conceptualize that holding together, and mass could be accreted that way, blah 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 blah. That all makes sense. It doesn't make any difference if I lost that worldview tomorrow. That part of it is how the world was formed and all these sort of conversations, and no one can know for certain. So you just have to run with what they're telling you. But bottom line is that one way or the other, if there's a group of people that write down a load of stuff and a load of propositions, and they can be they get utilized every day in their predictive capabilities, and there isn't another that write down a load of stuff and a load of propositions, and they can be they get utilized every day in their predictive capabilities, and there isn't another alternative load of books, then I know which library I'm in. And until that changes, so will most of the people in the world, unfortunately.
Like you're not engaging with the point. Like it went from it wasn't taught as fact to, oh well, even though it is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't stay with them or affect them.
Well, the reason that the proposition that Jupiter is taught is the largest planet in the solar system is that makes complete sense as a fact if you work on the premise of the backdrop that they've sent things up there, they've sent things orbiting it. We can accurately evaluate its size, its nature, its distance. We can use gravity as a predictive capability to work out the size of the solar system. There's correlative mechanisms all in play. If you believe all of that, then clearly in that framework it is a fact because they've put stuff there.
Is it like a definitive fact?
Well, in that framework where they've sent things hurtling around it with cameras, then yes.
Okay, so definitive fact, we know. So it was proven.
If you send probes to visit every single planet and take photographs of them, then you can make statements about the truth of things that you couldn't make before.
No, you can't. You can't make statement of truth of things with a photograph. That's goofy.
Okay.
You don't think that's goofy?
How would you go about making statement of truth about things that are things from afar?
I would just show
that made sense to me.
And admit that we don't know.
Okay, we in that case we can never make statements of truth about the firmament or electromagnetics. Or do you understand that falls into the same remit? If we're being honest.
No, I don't have the position of you that I use to squirm out of everything, that like nothing can be known as objectively true. I don't use that like little squirm out of get out of jail card. So this was you defending. This was you defending your position.
strapping on a. When I said when I'm honest, what do you do, or what you always do? Strap on a subtle ad-hom.
What? No, I mean, what was the ad-hom?
Oh, I don't do what you do.
No, you don't seem to get the point. Like the purpose of this discussion was for you to defend your idea.
No, we're bouncing back concepts, and all of a sudden you want to go, well, I wouldn't dare to do what you do. That's rubbish, basically.
No, you asked.
But anyway, it's a digression.
See, now you're interrupting.
I've fallen for the digression.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. You must be right because you won't let the person respond. You must be
Plaza
right.
said he had to go 2 hours ago when I was talking to him. How is he still here?
I did go 2 hours ago, and I came back again.
Oh, so you're back. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you flipped it around on me, and I explained, no, I wouldn't make claims. Certainly about like what's going on in the sky. Like we could speculate about it, but I'm not going to teach a child as if it's coming from a source of definitive knowledge that's like unquestionable fact that they need to now memorize and repeat, and that their grades and ability to move grades to move on to the next grade depends on them getting that right. And to pretend that that does not leave them with the impression that that is the objective truth is completely disingenuous.
Well, like I say, in a world where we've visited all these things and we've measured them and we've evaluated them as with a high degree of confidence, it becomes an objective truth to those, doesn't it?
So the conversation changed, right? When Rakia made that point, right? That's like, well, why do they teach it as fact and that children interpret it as though it is unquestionable, definitive truth? In fact, the way that it's presented in school, and then he was, by you and other people, challenged on that, saying that that wasn't true, and that there's plenty of disclaimers given to the children, which is just not in any way true. It is objectively false. That is not what happens. And now the conversations, your positions turned into, oh, well, I think it is reasonable to treat it as fact and to stay it as fact to the kids. So you're the one that changed your position. So don't try and flip this on me, bro. You changed your position 180 degrees in 10 minutes.
No, in the academia, theoretical science, theoretical physics, and all theoretical evaluations of the world we live are not taught as fact. The fact that we tell children that the largest planet in the solar system is Jupiter as a fact is in the same ways that loads of people every night teach their children that God exists as a fact. That's the way the world works.
Deflection of religion, dude. Like
no, I'm just giving you an example. Why would you be offended me when making an analogy with what actual people do every day?
It's a total deflection to religion because you just desperately want to try to take a jab at religion, and you know that I believe in God, so you think that somehow it's going to coax me into yielding to your position, and you have impulse control issues, man.
Okay.
So like, this is simple. This is simple. It's like anytime it comes to a point where it would require like some, yeah, you're right. Oh, okay, touche, I was wrong. We'll never get that part of the conversation. So anytime it gets to that point of the conversation, expect it to increase in intensity, expect the deflections to tenfold, expect the games and tactics to increase, and expect the interruptions to increase. And that's where we are now.
I think on the basis that I accept everything that people tell me about what they've done, seen, and visited the place called Jupiter, asserting and they've visited all the other planets that we can see in the solar system at the level which they have. If I take that on board, then frankly, Jupiter being the largest body in the solar system is a fact, isn't it? In any meaningful sense.
Oh, we know definitive facts now. Now we get to use phrases like meaningful sense to have our cake and eat it too, and claim that we do know things for 100% true, definitive fact, while simultaneously you can't. And then you can just use the example of earth science. Earth science is a perfect example. And I went to a private school. I know exactly what I was taught. And I was in 7th grade in earth science. And I was taught that we know the layers of the earth. I was taught it as fact. I was told to memorize them and then say them on a test. I was told that they were a fact. I was told the depths of the layers of the earth, what they were called, and the characteristics of them. They were wrong about all of that.
No, they weren't. Why were they wrong about it?
Okay, so we dug a hole in the ground and found out they were wrong about all of the assumptions to do with the layers of the earth.
No, they haven't. They haven't dug a hole to the inner core. What are you on about?
Nice straw man, bro.
Well, how can you say that there are presumptions about the core and the size of the inner core and the lower mantle?
I didn't say anything about the core,
disproved
inner
by a
core,
hole
or
in the
mantle. I didn't say anything about those things.
Well, that's what you'd have been taught, wouldn't it? You'd have seen the classic diagram of the gumball Earth with the different layers of the spheres in the interior. That's what they tell us about the interior of the Earth.
You're making the point for us. How would they teach that if they haven't drilled to the core, sir?
Because
how would they teach my kid? How would they teach my kid what the core of the Earth is when they have no clue themselves?
Well, what makes you think they've got no clue? Where does the no clue come from?
Oh, so we can't say that it's not true or question them, but we have to accept them as definitive sources of objective truth. And of course, you deflected to the core because we've dug a hole like 8 miles, right? So it's just to the top 8 miles or whatever. They were completely wrong. Guess what? My textbook didn't say this is just a theory. We could be completely wrong about this, and we're not really sure. And made it clear that we don't.
I didn't deflect to the Earth core. You mentioned the Earth core at your private school, not me.
No, I didn't. I said layers of the Earth, and then I said we've dug a hole. They were wrong about all that. All the layers within where they dug. You reflected to the core.
They didn't teach you about the inner core.
You don't have to drill to find the layers of the Earth. You can use seismology because we know that waves travel differently through liquid, through solid, and through different densities of liquids and solids. So we can use seismographs all over the world, and we can use earthquake data to determine how waves travel through the Earth to the other side. And when you put it all together, you can map out what's under the surface of the Earth.
Dude, that's just bullshit.
They don't care about any of that stuff. Don't forget that stuff. That's rubbish.
Yes, we do. You're just lying now.
Your comment was just totally irrelevant, and you know it. So they did those very things. They used those very methods and were objectively wrong. Because like you're not engaging with the point. Like, and it's, by the way, it wasn't just little minor things they got wrong, bro. Like, it was major things. It was directly the opposite. Where it was supposed to be liquidy, it was solid. Where it was supposed to be cold, it was hot. This is just 8 miles down. This is where we have the clearest interpretation of seismic graphs. Okay, so do you understand what a seismic graph is? It's a vibration in the earth, bro. It's a wave. They interpret the frequency of the wave as to mean it goes through a certain density. For example, we could test this in a lab and send it through different like elements or different compositions of rocks and see the frequency that wave goes through it. So then they have to speculate, okay, is it this more dense material, but it's much smaller? Or is it this less dense material, but much bigger? What's the depth we're going to attribute that element or that density or that composition to? It is highly speculative. Highly speculative. And no, the experts don't just sort of disagree on little things. There are models that propose entirely different compositions. There are models now coming up based on the evidence that showed the previous model was yet again wrong, that are adding entire gigantic bodies of water that weren't previously in the model. Gigantic bodies of water. Mind-blowingly big. That were previously claimed to be solid, less dense elemental compositions. Okay, I actually studied this, and I studied this when I was going to debate PhD Tony, and I found out that field is highly speculative, which makes sense because when we actually dug in the ground, it was completely wrong at the surface. It's of course going to be wrong as you go deeper.
Yeah, if this guy's a professional, do you know what AECOM is? Subcontractor, you know? I mean, and I'm assuming you're near Texas or something.
Well, you assume I'm near Texas when I'm a coal miner.
Oh, you're okay, whatever. Do you know who AECOM is? They're all over the United States, but they're based out of Texas. They're in my state, which is farther from Texas than your state.
I get why you're wrong. Like, you have this confidence in the idea of the consensus of scientists, and something is based. This is a perfect example to prove our point, which is why I brought it up. Something like the layers of the earth was taught to us as such a fundamental, known, objective fact It's etched into all of our memories. We could all close our eyes and memorize and remember like the animation of the layers of the earth that we've been shown. It was etched into our brain as fact at a young age. It isn't fact. They were wrong about the top layer. Like, it isn't fact. So this proves my point. Your confidence in this idea is built upon how you were taught the information. It was presented to you as fact, but it actually wasn't fact. And this is Rakia's whole point, that things that are highly theoretical and speculative, they present them to children in their current form as if we know them to be facts.
I don't know. Did the guy answer the question? Does he know what AECOM is or not? It's just a yes or no question.
He said he was busy, couldn't grab his phone right now.
All right. Well, AECOM is a.
Hold on, I'm not trying to scream either. I'm in a loud ass truck, and if it sounds like I'm screaming, I'm holding my phone trying to talk loud enough for y'all to hear me. So it's not. I'm not yelling because I'm mad or anything. I'm just talking loud so you can hear me.
All right. Could you loudly tell me if you know what AECOM is? Doesn't matter if you're in Texas. It's just they're just based out of Texas. They're in every state and in Canada.
If it's a company, I don't know if I've heard of them or not.
Oh yeah, they're like a. How would I say? An infrastructure consulting. Doesn't matter if you're in Texas. It's just they're just based out of Texas. They're in every state and in Canada.
If it's a company, I don't know if I've heard of them or not.
Oh yeah, they're like a. Say an infrastructure consulting firm, basically. So what they do is they go to the government, they get contracts from the government, and then they find contractors, and they employ the contractors to fulfill the work the government needs. So they are a gigantic employer of geologists. It might be one of the biggest employers of geologists in the United States. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that is the case. We had to work with these guys. There was this major oil spill in the aquifer in Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. It's called Red Hill. You can look it up on Google. It's a major thing. People's water is poisoned. It's undrinkable. Anyways, we need to go up to the top of this hill and we need to core out 1,000 feet worth of the earth so the scientists or whatever can take the core, test it, how much oil is spilled in there, how many parts per billion or whatever of petroleum or whatever. I don't even remember quite what was spilled or whatever. There was not a single time they're correct about their prediction of what the next 50 feet of Earth would be. These guys are one of the biggest hiring geologist companies in the U.S., contracting directly for the United States military to clean up a mess they caused, which is a giant scandal in my state. And they were wrong about every layer of Earth, every 50 feet for 1,000 feet straight. So those guys being the big bosses, being wrong, and I seeing it myself, working with them myself for months at a time, I know for a fact they're not just debating the nuances or the minutia of the subject. It is very speculative, bro. I don't know. I don't understand why you would be taking the opposite stance. I'm sure you have run into geologists being wrong coal mining. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're absolutely 100% good at predicting whatever kind of fucking rock formations over there, bro. But over here, they've been consistently wrong every time we've worked with them. The best, bro. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I've seen them be wrong too. We passed into up here at where I used to work at the Hard Rock mine at Near Star. We passed into an underground aquifer that they had no idea was there, and it flooded like a big section of the mine. We had to plug it off and everything else. So
Dang.
I've seen them be wrong myself.
Well, that's another example of where mainstream geology is wrong in terms of the layers of the earth. They're now saying it looks like there are giant bodies of water under the earth. So I'm just saying, okay, if you're claiming in your quote unquote science, it's theoretical, but they're like, okay, this is this element of rock composition and it's water. Whatever you're using as your method to determine what's there is highly flawed. And I'm not claiming that there's a better method. I don't think there necessarily is. I would just not be making these claims personally, right? But I'm just then I looked into it, and it is admittedly a highly speculative field. Like there are, if you look at competing models, they have completely different composition layers of the Earth. Completely different. 2025, Harvard, Stanford, computer supercomputer models just in Harvard alone, completely contradictory models, right? And it's because we're using literally it's so speculative that now we're just putting supercomputers on it and we're just doing a probability determination. Like based on the parameters that they arbitrarily choose of accuracy, which that itself is biased and flawed based on presuppositions. They put those parameters in the supercomputer. Supercomputer is going to run a bunch of different theoretical models through it. They're going to say that, okay, based on the seismic activity that we have, this is the most probable distribution of the elements, right? Of the rock layers.
It's it. But the thing is, they're already assuming, right? Like, how can you model anything that you have no tangible proof of? Right? They're just going by seismic activity, essentially, right? Oh, I send a wave this far, and it takes this long to come back to me. Therefore, there's this many layers, and each layer, it takes this amount of time to get through. Like, all of those are assumptions. It's insane.
And just think about it logically, even if they know the distance and the distance is correct, even if we just yield that, like think about this logically. If this wave goes through 5 layers and it takes however long, 5 minutes, and it goes through 5 theoretical layers. Let's just think about the layers. We could have the middle layer be really tiny, and then the other 4 layers be equally distributed, right, amongst the rest of the distance. Or I can propose a different idea where the middle layer is the biggest layer, and I can still match that time it took the wave to get through the 5 layers simply by moving it around based on the different depths and different compositions, because different densities of rock cause the wave to go through it faster. I can just shift that around based on the total time, and I can come up with an endless amount of models.
Right.
So geology is admittedly one of the least, like the field that are the most theoretical. We're working completely backwards, where they're just having to figure out, based on the data we do know about how these waves interact with rocks in the lab, what rocks possibly could be there, or what depth or density of these materials could be there. And then you have this like huge list of possibilities. They just dwindle it down over time, in theory.
Well, the whole point of the back and forth was, you said when you was in elementary school they had you to memorize layers. Well, in elementary school you would have memorized the crust, the mantle, the outer core, and the inner core. That's basically what they would have had you memorize. What I'm saying is they know that those layers exist. They may not know every individual layer of rock as it goes down, because that's much, much harder. That's not what I'm talking about. That's why I said the small things are, well, I won't call it small. I shouldn't have said small. The many details they might not know, but the few major layers, like it has a crust, a mantle, and a core, is no. That's what I'm talking about. But you made the statement a while ago that you completely debunked that.
No, I said that it's the area that we have access to with the deepest hole ever dug. They were completely wrong, just in like the little tiny surface fraction that we have had access to. So it's ridiculous to believe or claim that we know they're accurate below that. That's where they should have been the most accurate, right? They should have been the most accurate at the surface, and they were completely wrong. And so, no, I don't even yield to the layers. That's still highly theoretical, speculative, and has changed quite a bit. It's changed drastically since I was in 7th grade. Meaning the actual layers, they've changed them. They've changed the layers.
I did watch a thing where they were trying to figure out what makes the magnosphere, or the magnetic Earth, or whatever you want to call it, how you want to put it. They were trying to say that all kinds of different things, causes it. They don't really know where the north and south pole of the Earth, what generates its magnetic field around it, or cross it if you want to say it's flat, whatever what you want to say, it don't matter. So I understand that there's a lot that they don't know. There's a lot that they debate with. They still debate on whether there's just an inner core or if there's layers of inner core, like an inner and an outer core. But that wasn't really my point. My point was just knowing the major, the crust, the mantle, and the core is pretty well known.
It's a consensus model, right? I mean, so it's known in the fact that it's a consensus, and the way it's supposedly known is like when they speculate a globe planet, right, based on the characteristics that we observe. They say, well, it would require something like this, and they largely build it out from the magnetic fields. So they built the core model based on the magnetic field, even though they weren't able to make it fully make sense. So anyway, I'm just making like a really simple point here, right? Is like I was taught this in 7th grade, and I was given a text or their science textbook. I was told to memorize it. We were shown the layers of the earth, and we were told characteristics of the layers of the earth, and that was on our test. I don't know what they do in public school or whatever, but that's what I did. That model is now known to be wrong. I was not taught that model like, hey, this is highly speculative. This is just the best theory we have at the time. No, they printed the textbook and put it in there as fact. You know what I mean? And I was taught it as though it was fact. And I was told to memorize it as though it was fact. So the crust is comprised of, and I had to answer that question on a test. Well, they were wrong. They were wrong. You know what I mean? So that's my point. I mean, like we proved that they were wrong.
I agree with you. They ought to not tell kids that everything are facts, because I've seen in my own time things that we were taught when I was a kid have changed. So I mean, I'm not going to argue and say that they should teach kids that way, because I've seen science change. That they told us it was one way, and now I had science books, not science books. I had kids books that showed dinosaurs, and every picture had volcanoes in the background, like all dinosaurs lived on a planet of nothing but volcanoes. And we were basically taught that that's how it was, but that's not at all how it was. And now that I'm older, you're taught something totally different. Now they're trying to say that they had fucking feathers. So I see your point, and I agree with you. They shouldn't just tell kids everything is fact. They should explain to them that things are their best, the best that they have so far.
Yeah, but then they'd have to be honest. They'd have to be honest, and the thing is that wouldn't be a very compelling authority if half of the books were like, well, we don't really know for sure, but these are some ideas, these are some best guesses over here. It might be this, might be that, and then how do you have an authority to test the kids? They have to get the answer right or wrong, and they have to pass or not pass the test. So if you have a lot of the information that is actually honest, that they don't have the actual truth or information on it, that's not a very compelling authority, which doesn't bode well for their authoritarian control system.
Cole saw right through it, man. He was like, these dinosaurs do not eat lava rocks. He saw right through their bullshit.
So Geo laid out like the real answer as to why they do it and why they're not going to stop doing it. But I would think like a room like this should be able to be in complete agreement that they should more accurately denote the guesses as such, right? I mean,
This room? Dude, you should have seen they couldn't even fucking agree if you could touch a tree or not. This room can't agree on shit, bro. There was a literal hour-long argument with it before you got in on if it's possible to touch a tree.
What?
Don't ask me, bro.
Yo,
It involved Zanick and
to?
Cenac. It was Cenac and Zanick, bro.
You know what it came down to at the end? At the end, we come to find out, I wrote this right under when Pazza said everything is in everything. I had to write this one down too. Everything is touching everything. That's what Zanick brought it to. I got everything is in everything, and everything is touching everything.
So he believes in the ether now, Zanick?
That's what I said.
Nice, Zanick's coming around.
Exactly what I said, bro. I was like, that sounds. He was like, yeah. So there's like a substance just permeating everything everywhere, and it's coming from you, and then going out to the edge of the universe, and it's not. It's touching everything, and I was like, bro, this sounds very familiar.
I didn't say that. That's not what. That's exactly.
Oh my god! Run the tape back, bro.
That's exactly
Run the
what I
fucking
didn't
tape
say.
back, bro. It's exactly what you fucking
That is
said.
not. I said it's virtually touching everything.
You said his name 3 times.
Virtually touching.
Virtually, yeah.
Not
It's
the
a
virtual
pseudo touch. I said it. I said it about 8
yeah,
times.
you did say
I know
that.
you
I
want
remember.
to talk, but I'd like to get my point across. So when you're done, you can interject your comment. But
A
I did say it
pseudo
was a
touch,
virtual
bro.
touch.
Yeah, pseudo touch, bro.
You're still talking over. I hear you, but it's okay. I'm going to stop in a second, and I'm going to let you have your interjection. But just let me finish my sentence. So I didn't say that everything was touching everything in that respect. You took a little bit out of context, but thank you.
Pseudo touch.
So everything
Gotcha.
is pseudo touch. Everything is pseudo touching everything.
Can you show me on the doll, Zanick, where you were pseudo touched?
That's so crazy. Geo, you were like, say his name 3 times and he appears. Just
Bro, pseudo touch, bro. I don't know, what does that mean, bro?
The other thing I was going
I'm
to say,
telling you, this was under serious contention for an hour straight, bro.
I was just going to say
Your
this. It's
tree
not.
thing went on for an hour. The tree thing with Xanax or whatever his name is, that went on for like an hour. I came in.
Dude, Zanick, you were half an hour of that hour.
I could have been. I mean, I'm not doubting that, but I'm saying I
No,
wasn't.
you definitely were.
I came in after the fact. You guys were already debating about touching a tree, and I still don't know what his contention was. I have no idea because he couldn't articulate it. I just wanted to define the word touch and what that meant. My definition was, be clear about that, was that when one thing interacts with another with a force, that is touching. And magnetism can actually provide that and suffice to that definition as well.
Yes, everything's touching everything. That's I wrote that down.
Well, I was actually going to say this before this Zanick thing came up, but you guys can decide how what I'm about to say may or may not apply to this. But I was going to say this before this got brought up. I was going to say it's interesting how over the years, some people's good faith has gone up, has improved, and some people's good faith levels have gone down. And I'll leave it up to everybody to decide how that's happened or who has gone up and who has gone down. But it is interesting just over the years how some people have gotten a bit better faith and some have gotten a bit worse faith, and it's just interesting.
Yo, you know what I think the implications of that is that anyone whose good faith has gone down, it's that they've recognized the weakness of their position, and if good faith has gone up, then they're still pretty like genuinely confident in their position. Like if you were able to rip away all the layers of whatever, disguise or whatever. Because like bad faith is like clearly it's a tactic used to avoid resolution, and like a pretty obvious reason you would do that is like not wanting to reach it. And so to me, if you've been in this conversation for years and your bad faith has gone up, which means your desire to reach a true resolution has gone down, it's because you're not entirely confident about that resolution, right?
Yeah, it's like trying to close the door even though there's a strong wind blowing the door open, and it's just trying to force it closed or trying to like the cognitive dissonance or resistance. But yeah, that's a good point to mention with that. Yeah, and it kind of comes through in the emotional reactions too, like people that are more kind of stable and solid in good faith, whereas generally the bad faith comes with the more emotional or tactics or kind of dumpster fire style as well.
Yeah. Like the interruptions to avoid the resolution. But whatever. It's like say everybody's running a race and you just trip everybody. You're like, haha, I won the race. No, you didn't. Well, I will say this is exciting, man. Zanick is a proponent of the Aether. How long did it take? Just a few years. Zanick finally accepts the Aether. That's pretty cool.
If Aether equals the space-time definition, I do. If it doesn't, then I don't. That's pretty simple.
Okay, can you cite where relativity says
What's the
everything
difference
is
between
pseudo-touch?
space-time versus space and time? Where do you get off merging those two things together, Zanick?
It wasn't me that got off doing it. Someone else did. His name was Einstein.
Yeah, he doesn't get off that
Well,
way. Nice
you
Relax.
merged a concept with immaterial. Good job, bro.
Why is space-time immaterial? Because you can't touch it? Oh,
I mean, time
you touch something.
time's a privation. It's the absence of material, and time is a convention that we use to measure. So you literally merged two things together that aren't actually things, dude, and you're gonna call it a thing. Good job, bro.
Define thing.
A thing,
So
yeah.
Define that,
Partaking
yo,
in
that's
material
exactly
existence.
what we were talking about earlier, bro.
Try
We were saying that Zanick always says define whatever whenever you say it, bro. He just said define thing, bro. It's a perfect example.
You know, in a lot of technical presentations
Dude,
that
I
I've
wish
had,
Pure Rigor
especially
was
in
here for that,
engineering,
dude.
I will spend the first chapter, the preface, defining terms, so that when I do the presentation, that there's no misconception or any kind of confusion as to what I'm actually talking about and what my conclusions actually are.
Dude, I wish Pure Rigor was here for that, dude. The fact that you just said define thing, bro. If he was here, bro.
Nothing
Is it
wrong
a
with
pseudo
defining
thing?
words that we use in communication.
Yeah, is it a pseudo thing?
Well, we have a language.
Can you
Space-time a pseudo
differentiate
thing?
between a thing? Yeah, between a thing and a pseudo thing, Zach.
What would be a pseudo thing?
I don't know, man. What would be a pseudo touch?
Actually not something
Unicorn fart.
touching or interacting with something via its coordinate system position in a coordinate system, but more about them being in interacting with each other. So regardless of the position in space, their effects on each other, acting like they are near each other when they might not be near each other. Very analogous to a pseudo force being a force, but not really a force, because it's really a matter of looking at the source of that force.
When we're talking about Zanick's personal definition of touch.
When it's reference frame dependent and it has no source, then we are calling it pseudo in science. It's not that it means it's fake. It means it's just reference frame dependent and without a source. That's a good example of what I'm talking about.
So you're just saying nothing.
No, it's like you.
Well, actually said something. I think there was a couple sentences that had a lot of value to someone who actually understands the difference between pseudo and actual.
Zanick, do you think I don't understand what you just said?
No, I know you do. You just want to talk for hear yourself.
Zanick, the problem is, Zanick, is that you sound like Bill Clinton. Well, it depends on the definition of what is.
No, I never said that.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like,
if I said something nonsensical like that, that would be true. But
you just asked what is a. You just said define a thing, bro.
Yes.
You just said
I didn't say
define
the definition
a thing.
of it. What is? I'm not asking for definitions of prepositions and things. I'm asking.
You just asked for define a thing, bro.
I'm saying that I'm giving you the definition of these
Wait,
words.
you just used the word thing.
Hold on. I know you want to interrupt, but let me just finish. I'm giving you the definition of words that can have.
You just used the word thing, but you can't define
I'm still
thing.
talking, and I'm
That's
going to
weird.
continue to talk until I'm finished.
Yes, I understand you care more about you talking than
definition
anything
of
else.
a thing or definition of pseudo, where there is a contextual difference between the same words, and that's what I'm actually talking about. You're saying
you just said you're not talking.
And you're still going to interrupt me. So I'm going to finish the last sentence and say that yes, there are different meanings to these words based on the context for which they're being used.
Okay, you just said I'm not talking about prepositions and things. What do you mean by things?
The noun thing. Look it up. What does it mean? I didn't say there's a pseudo thing.
Yeah, define a thing within the context of a noun, Zanick. I'll be waiting.
You just now invoked the word thing, but you were asking us to define it. So I mean, how are you using it?
Well, it can be used for in a lot of different ways. I mean, a thing could actually be something that has mass, something that could be an idea, could be a thing. I mean, there could be a lot of different ways to use the word thing. Go look it up. I mean, you have a dictionary.
Is magnetism a thing?
Of course it is.
Does magnetism have matter?
No.
Okay. So it just means something that's actual.
That exists in reality. And they define existence. There's a
Does
lot of
love
words.
exist,
Oh
Zanick?
my god, define existence,
Dude,
bro.
these are these. I don't know why you're having a problem. You're
Does love
struggling.
exist,
Why
Zanick?
are you struggling? There is
No one's
context
struggling.
to
You're
all these.
making the conversation unnecessarily pedantic, desperately
It's
on
not
the search
pedantic. It's
for
very
any little
serious
get out
here.
of jail card to avoid his question, which was how do you take two abstractions, put them together, and claim they're not abstractions, rather they're concrete?
Define existence is the same as asking what is. The thing that you were
No,
just
it's
saying you
not.
wouldn't
You're not.
do.
No,
No.
but
It is.
that's a tactic. It's a
You're,
tactic.
you're, yeah,
His
dude.
tactic.
This fucking, this is
Say
wild.
it needs and incessantly argue about definitions ad nauseum until the
He's a
actual
contrarian.
he's trying to
The
make.
part that was funny. The part that was funny about Clinton's statement about it all depends what the definition of is it's nonsensical because there is no other definition than what is to be or is. He knows that, and that's why it was funny. But when I'm saying there's a definition of a thing or any other words we've been speaking about so
If
far,
something is, it
there are
exists. If something
no there
is, it
are
exists. For
there
you to
are.
say something
I
and
know you're
define
trying to interrupt me
existence
again, and I'm
is
just
the
going to say
same thing
very
as asking what
slowly. Tell you
is,
that
bro.
the difference
Holy
between
crap,
Something
guys.
being is the state of existing, you dummy.
Dude,
no, it's not.
Noah, please don't interrupt or Adham, dude. That's going to be a mess. Please just don't do either of those. It's hard to listen to and hard to hear the conversation. I know you got excited there, but
Well,
Zanick was
can someone put a timer on this guy then?
Yeah, I was gonna
Because
say,
he
Xander,
just rambles on forever.
think you can like also maybe like for example, if you say something but you hear someone being like, "Wait a minute," you just like let that quick interjection in so that it doesn't get lost amongst like a long list of things.
Well,
Is that
Yeah, Gio,
possible?
he tends to ramble. Everyone knows he rambles. How's
you
anyone
guys have
supposed
a
to get
short
in?
attention span.
No,
So.
I do hear you. The thing with Zanick is he never stops. Like he doesn't say his point and then pass the mic. He'll just keep going until someone interrupts.
Yeah,
he
sounds
doesn't
like a
just
Witsit
like
comment. That
he
sounds like a
doesn't like
Witsit comment.
no, because Witsit will end his points though. He'll end it.
That's not true,
You
Gio.
just
Come on.
you won't pass. Like you don't pass the mic.
I actually do.
Well, I'm just saying, work on it. Just try to say it, pass it. That's all.
I have been even right now. I'm really focusing on doing that, and I still find myself just having to continue to talk to you. That one sentence, that's like one sentence, it's less than 10 seconds, and I can't because
No.
there's been a gang pile of people trying to get in and
Well,
you know share the stage.
you do this thing where you like pause and then you think of the next point you didn't think to say yet, and then you jump back in and pretend someone's interrupting you. It's super annoying. The other thing that you're doing is you're not sure what you're going to say while you're talking. So you're actually trying to come up with your response while words are coming out of your mouth. And that is for sure what you're doing. So,
No,
and
that's
that's
not
why.
what I'm doing at all.
Yes,
And
it
you're
is.
just trying to insult to make your position, if there is a position, seem a little stronger, which it isn't.
You just said if there is a position. What's my position that I'm attempting to make stronger?
There isn't a position. You don't have one. That's why you can't
Exactly.
make it stronger.
So that's a goofy response. I'm just giving my honest opinion. Is like maybe you should just think about what I'm saying. Maybe sometimes you do just kind of start talking to fill in the rebuttal space while you're trying to think about exactly what you want to say to rebut.
Let's use the last comment that was saying it's just like saying with Clinton. You sound like Clinton with his his statement about it all depends what the definition of is. That's nonsensical. What I was talking about was a definition of pseudo or
Witsit just
word
called
or
me out,
thing,
bro.
or saying you're doing this again. You're talking over me, but it's okay. But what I'm doing, I'm not thinking while I'm talking. I'm telling you that there are contexts to these words that are being used in these discussions, and I'm saying there's differences between the context, and they mean different.
You said nothing right then, bro. The point
the
back
context.
was, dude, see what you're doing. You're doing what you were complaining about. You did what you were complaining about right now. So like,
no,
the whole point
you're
was
doing
when you were like the whole like what define what is thing. You're like that's stupid. Then you said to define existence, and of course, what is what exists, right? And so it was objectively ironic that you then turned around and said define existence. Which is self-defining, right? Especially in the context when we were talking about a thing, right? We're talking the state of reality, and you had already said that, and then you turn around and told us to define existence. So it's like it is just a clearly pedantic diversion.
Zanick, the whole point of me saying that was to tell you or show you that it's a tactic. You don't think that Bill Clinton wanted to answer it in a different way, and that the only reason he said it that way is to weasel out of actually answering the question? That's the point.
All right. Well, I would say this in the spirit of shifting out of the meta and back to the conversation. If you want to shift back to what Dysel asked him, I actually somewhat would side with Zanick. I think it is valid to ask for what the definition or how someone is interpreting. Now, maybe it could be said either way with this one, that maybe whether this was like a valid one or not, but it is understandable because I feel that way too sometimes when people say something. I'm like, okay, well, what's your definition of that in this context? Because I mean, thing is a pretty generalized term, and when you're talking about some of these like physics concepts and space and time and so on, like, you know, is a physical thing? Is it a mental thing? Is it a idea thing? So I actually somewhat would side with Zanick. That I think it's understandable that would have been the next thing, or that he could ask that, and then Dysel could respond. I mean,
I think we did actually clarify. Like I clarified it though. I did clarify it, right?
No,
Right,
you didn't.
Zanick? I didn't. I didn't say actual. I didn't say actual, and then we talked about reality, and then you turned around and asked us to define existence. We just talked about it. And Dyslo actually broke it down in his initial question, right? Explaining that space and time were both abstract, and that space was a privation, a concept of the absence of material or anything, and that time is a quantification method. You took two abstracts, put them together, and then pretended that it was an actual thing.
Well,
So you
how
know
is
what the
space
question is.
privation?
The way I know you know what the question is you've engaged with that question over 200 times. So
And I've
that's why
answered
the
it
room is
the same every
frustrated.
time. I don't think space is defined as a privation. It can be just a distance between objects.
What
Which
particle
makes
makes up
math?
space, Zanick? Give me the
What?
single particle that makes up space. What's it comprised of?
There
I'll
is
be waiting.
none. I just told you what the my definition was.
So
So
space
therefore, it's
isn't
not a thing.
comprised of material.
No, it's not comprised of
Or no,
material.
so is it just whatever you want it to be?
No,
It
he
can
said
be
distance between things. So you're saying space is math.
Now, space is what he's
space
saying
can be
is
described
volume.
with math. Yes.
Oh wait,
It's volume.
is space the distance, or is the distance the description of the space?
It's what lies between things.
Wait, you're
When I
contradicting
said distance,
yourself.
I didn't mean like a meter stick or a measured value. I'm saying it is what lies between things.
You said space is the distance, and then you said that the distance is describing space. So which one is it?
I just got done. My last sentence told you what I meant. See,
No,
even
so-
that.
no,
Space is
so-
not a
That
distance, Zanick. Space
Is
is
it the
not a
stuff
distance.
in between
it is
two
what lies between.
objects?
It is the distance. When I said distance, I wasn't implying. See, but it's context again. I didn't mean use a meter stick and say what's the distance, like how many feet is it. No, I'm saying it's what and I reiterated. And Witsit can't. He's like a dog with a bone. He can't get low.
Don't tell us
You
what
can't.
it can do. Just explain yourself.
Okay, then
No, you
I'm
contradicted
going to
yourself.
tell you right now. So what I'm telling you is that it is what lies between objects.
So you're just
What
self-defining
what
it.
what is
You're saying
between?
it is what is.
You just said what is between? What do you mean?
He's asking you what is between
Self-explanatory.
things, and you're
What
saying
lies
it is what
between.
is.
Space is
does
what everything and everything that lies between objects.
Everything and everything.
and everything.
So okay, so if I have
Anything
two,
and everything. Anything and everything.
okay, so if I have two objects and then I have a magnetic field between the two objects, that magnetic field is space.
It is in space.
Oh, so then it's not everything and everything between the objects.
That lies within. Yes, that lies
Okay, so
between.
no, the magnetic field is in between.
When I look at space, you look out and see planets and stars and things. That's all space. Everything.
Wait, what if
Everything
there's a
you see
magnetic
is
field
space.
between the stars?
Space. It's
Okay,
all
so
space.
it's a distance to the star, or is what?
It encompasses everything. It's like the universe. It's like saying what's the
It's the
universe.
stuff. So it's the
Everything.
physical stuff that's in between two objects, or the
Wait,
actual distance between two objects.
Everything, not just physical. It's everything.
Wait, it's
Magnetic
not
field,
everything.
particles, everything.
It's not everything.
Anything and everything. Space, time, everything lies in space.
Time out, time out. So space-time lies within
Everything
space.
is
Oh my
space.
goodness. Let's put a pause on that one. Everyone remember that one. Jeez Louise.
Yeah,
So
let's
the
write that
issue,
down, Jeremy.
space-time exists within space. Okay. Lies within space, he said. Okay, the issue we have here, right, is it's like either space is what everything is within, or you're saying it's everything that is in between two things. So we've obviously all been
Both can
taught
be
that
true.
everything is within space. You
Both
can't
can be
say it's
true.
everything in between two things because that would be another object, another piece of material, energy, whatever, right? You're claiming all those things exist within space, right?
Right.
Okay, so then it's not everything and everything in between objects. It's some other definition that you need to articulate, and you're going to have trouble doing so because it's merely an abstraction. It's an absence of anything.
It's not an absence of anything.
By definition,
So
it is.
if that's the case, then that means everything is space because like the Earth here is space as well, right?
Does a star lie in space? Is a star, even colloquially, is a star lying in space, existing in space?
Yeah, but the Earth is in between the sun and that whatever star you're talking about, right? So Earth is part of space.
Space includes stars. If I say I'm going to go to a star, and I say that star is in space, if I go to that star, am I in space when I'm on that star?
Oh my God. Let's let
that
space
the
you're on
context which I'm using the word space means everything around us.
Okay, so if I say I'm going to go into the barn and then I
draw
go to
a Venn diagram of this. What you need?
Wait, why?
Zanick, you intentionally interrupted him, bro.
I did that time. You're right. That time, I'm sorry. I did.
Yeah, so if I go into a barn and then go to a hay bale, that hay bale is the barn.
No, hay bale's not the barn.
Sounds pretty
So what do you mean?
Part of the barn.
Wait, but because the Earth is between the sun and another star, so does that mean the Earth is space and we are space?
We're all in space.
No, that you're not answering my question, dude. You're not answering my question.
Depends on the context of the word space.
Are we space? Is the Earth and us space? Is it? Are we space?
We're in space. We're part of space.
Okay, this is so freaking simple. Okay, Earth, atoms, air, magnetic field, anything that we can describe in physical reality. Okay, in your paradigm, it exists within space. So if we take all of those things left, or like all those things away, what's left?
Emptiness.
Okay, so if we take everything away, what is left?
We don't know. It'd be nothing.
Oh, so there's no space. So if we take all of the things, if we take all of the things away, then there wouldn't be any space.
Maybe not.
What?
We
I
don't
thought
know.
the things that we just took away existed within space.
There's an edge. Yeah. You asked me a question. I'm responding to. You started immediately jumping into me. So I said, yeah, it's like the universe. We don't think there's an end, like there's some wall at the end of the universe. I mean, colloquially speaking, that
dude, it's really simple.
If there's nothing outside the universe, that wouldn't be space, because that is an area where space. Hold on, you're doing it again. Space and time don't even exist outside the universe, as we colloquially would explain it. So that's kind of where I'm going with this. Space, as we talk about it colloquially, we would say these planets are in space, the sun's in space, stars or galaxies, all these things are in space. They're all in space. They're all space. It all means the same thing. Things are subsets of others.
I got two questions, Zanick. Real simple questions.
We are space. So we are space. In other words.
Yeah, you could go that far and say that.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Our dice logo.
Zanick, I got two.
Can you guys not just be patient and give Dice some space? I don't get it.
What kind of space? The space that we're in, or the space that he needs between?
No, I use space in its actual meaning, which is just abstract.
Zanick, let me ask you two things real
quick. I'm not going
quick.
to give it to you because it doesn't exist. I'm not going to give
you
it to you.
You interrupted him on purpose again.
I know, because it doesn't exist. The space I'm going to give you, Dice, doesn't exist.
Doesn't matter why you did it.
Funny, come on. You guys lighten it a little bit.
I'm not taking you to counter space, Zanick. You just get lost.
Okay.
But let me ask you, does matter occupy space?
Yes.
Does space occupy matter?
Yes.
No.
Wait, what?
No. The answer to that question is no. Say no.
Wait. Can we ask them again? Just can we wait. Does matter occupy space?
Record it.
Does matter occupy space?
Yes, matter occupies space.
Does space occupy matter?
Yeah, there's space inside matter.
I could give you a way out, Zanick. You could ask him to define occupy. But
I was just gonna say that. That's actually kind of funny. There's space in matter. Yes. Space occupies
Wait. So is space matter and is matter space?
Depends on the context. Depends
Dude, you're
your definition.
bastardizing.
Depends on what your definition is.
Two objects. So I'm asking, like, in relation to us and the Earth, is the matter here on Earth, is that space?
Yes.
There isn't
Okay, so
space.
everything is space, basically, and there is no matter, essentially.
Bro, space doesn't occupy matter in your paradigm. Like if we are to zoom
Wait,
into like a
no.
brick,
I'm. Who are you talking to?
Zanick.
Okay.
If we zoom into a brick in your paradigm, it's comprised of a bunch of little atoms, and there's space in between the atoms. The space, right, doesn't occupy the matter. The matter is still occupied within the space, according to your paradigm.
What about the space in the atom?
The same thing. Then the constituent parts of the atom are in space.
What about the space? What about the space between neutrons and protons?
Yeah, the subatomic particles are within space. They actually claim that an atom is 99.99999% empty. Drum roll, please.
Space? So it's mostly space.
Okay, so then it's just empty space, and then there's constituent parts of the atom that exist within the space.
So it's mostly space.
When we describe these subatomic particles, we actually give them spatial extension, right? We describe them as such.
But if they're mostly space, why can't we call them space? If something's mostly, like if I have something's 99% water, 99.999% water, I can say that's water, even though it has something else in it. So it seems like an atom's mostly space, so I can call that space.
So atoms are just space?
Mostly space. Mostly, you said it.
Mostly, or they are space?
Mostly. You said mostly.
Look how pedantic this is, bro.
Of course it's pedantic. All our conversations here are pedantic, generally.
No, because of you.
atoms.
Because
you're avoiding
you're avoiding the conclusion.
No.
In their model, they had
This started back when we started talking about pseudo forces. And
this is where you heard Jeremy talking and you interrupted him again.
I kind of maybe heard a little bit of a mouse trying to speak, but I couldn't really.
No, his mic is perfectly loud.
In their model, they actually have all the things. In their model, actually, all the things that make up an atom, they take up zero volume. Like when you start breaking down an atom, like the quark and a gluon and electron, all that shit takes up no space.
Well, they say it's a point particle, so it takes no known size or shape.
Yeah, it has no volume.
Yeah, well, they say no known volume.
They literally have the world where all of matter is made up of mostly empty space. It's amazing.
This is so funny, right? Because like it's obvious that in your paradigm, space is the emptiness that matter and energy exists within. And if I take a vacuum chamber and I have a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter, if I ask you what exists in between those hydrogen atoms, in your paradigm, you would say space. Okay, space is the absence of matter. It is literally defined by the absence of something else, which is by definition a privation, like Dyslow said.
No, but you're contradicting yourself again. You already got done telling us earlier that magnetism, lines of flux, and things can exist in this vacuum where there's distances between matter.
Yeah, it obviously works within my understanding where I don't reify abstracts like space and privations, and I understand that there's a permeating medium that's all interconnected.
Okay.
Oh man, Austin's opinion is intelligible. Oh man.
I didn't say it was intelligible.
Well, it is though. Obviously, it is though, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. If I say that there is no such thing as emptiness, and that there's a medium that's interconnected, it's a primary substrate, and it permeates all existence, then of course you can have things exist within that. I don't invoke emptiness and then attribute physical properties to it. I'm saying no, it's an actual medium. It's a tenuous primary medium. My position, of course, is tenable and intelligible. Yours is not, though, because you say space is defined by the lack of matter, and then you attribute physical properties to it.
I didn't say that. You see, you're completely getting things upside down and backward. I said
space curvature thing.
Everything that exists between matter and matter itself. Matter itself.
Then I asked you, what about when energy exists between matter? You're saying matter is space?
Yeah, because it's made up of mostly space.
No, matter exists within space.
It also is made up of space. We already just went over that, I thought.
Oh my god! Matter is space. I'm writing that down.
So it exists within itself.
Doesn't you said most matter atoms are comprised of mostly space, volumetrically.
Yeah, that's your
Well,
paradigm.
then why can't you call matter? Then if it's mostly space, then why can't you just call it space?
Wait, are you saying that it exists within itself?
I wouldn't say it like that. I wouldn't say that.
Well,
You
that
said
is the implication, the necessary implication of what you're
not
saying.
necessarily. It's all
No,
again. It's more
necessarily.
context. It's context.
No. Okay, then articulate why that isn't necessarily.
Well, you said it's a privation of everything, and you said, but then there could be fields in there. And it's your point exactly. You say that space actually is comprised of this fabric, and we call that space time. But as far as magnetic fields, yes, we all agree that they exist within between objects that are considered to be matter. So there's a lot of contradictions that you're saying, and you're saying there's this ether that we can't, by your definition, we seem to can't test for it. So I'm a little confused as to what you really think space is, and what you think this ether is, and how we can actually test to see that it exists.
Oh, why do you keep saying contradiction?
Contradiction?
No.
What?
Yes. Okay. It's not contradiction.
I didn't say contradiction.
Look, you did.
Well, maybe it sounded like it. Slowing my speech up, speaking quickly. Sorry.
You can't say matter exists within space and space exists within matter. You're saying that it exists within itself.
Well, if you said that matter, atoms, you said are mostly space, I said, why can't we just call them space then, if they're mostly space?
Did something exist within itself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't say it did.
So it can't, right?
We're talking two different terms with two different separate meanings.
Or I'm talking about something with the same meaning. Can it exist within itself?
Can you give me an example of that? Or is it
space existing within matter and matter existing within space?
Well, if space is what lies between matter, and we have atoms, which are mostly space, can't we call atoms space?
No.
If they're mostly space?
No. If space is what exists between matter, then that matter exists within space. Duh.
Okay. Well, hey, I'm having a super pedantic argument. I'm just kind of going along with it.
No, your argument is pedantic because you're trying to avoid the conclusion, which is obviously that space is merely an abstract privation defined upon the absence of something else.
It's not, though. That's incorrect, because we do all agree that in space, even though matter may not exist, and you said, we talked about this, the distance between atoms in a vacuum is space. But we
we don't all agree on that.
Hold on. I didn't make a pause there so you could jump in, and that wasn't that long either. I'm saying that because you agree that even though between atoms there can be magnetic fields.
Let's do this. Okay. Do you agree that something and nothing is a true dichotomy?
Yes. Most of the time.
Most of the time, then it wouldn't be a true dichotomy.
Well, it depends on the definition of something and the definition of nothing.
Oh my God, bro.
Because nothing could be absolute. Just like pressure in vacuum can be absolute, and temperature can be absolute. You have to define these terms in physics, otherwise they lack a lot of the meaning that you're intending to convey in your communication.
You always default back to reifying mathematical descriptions, right? Which is just completely fallacious.
No,
but
that wasn't mathematical at all.
Is something and nothing a true dichotomy?
It depends on the definition of nothing and something.
Okay, we're going to talk about actual concrete reality.
Both can be true. You have to give me the definition.
Something and nothing is a true dichotomy, right?
What is concrete? What is the concrete reality of something and nothing?
Something is defined as the concrete reality.
Meaning?
Okay.
Meaning?
So
what is
can something and nothing, is that a true dichotomy?
It depends on the definition.
What's the third viable option then?
Something can nothing exist within something? Okay, something exists within nothing. Well, if nothing is defined as a vacuum, then yes, some things can still exist in nothing.
Once again, is something and nothing a true dichotomy? Yes or no?
It depends on the definitions. I don't have to say that again, right?
I've defined it already, and it doesn't depend on the definitions because there's no intelligible definition in which it wouldn't be a true dichotomy.
Well,
And
let
if
me
you're
give you an
claiming
example
that
then.
there is one, then you need to offer a third viable option.
Okay, let me give you an example. Is space nothingness?
You're invoking part of the dichotomy that you're claiming is
But I'm
false.
just asking. So if you what you said true, then I can be able to ask you this
Red
question.
herring.
And you should be
Red
able to
herring.
respond.
Red herring.
No, is space nothing?
You can't invoke one of the two
You
pieces
said
of
it
the
was a privation.
dichotomy.
So you already said
You're
earlier that it was a privation.
interrupting me, dude. I know you're this is that moment where you have to interrupt me or you automatically are gonna be
No, I
refuted. I
don't.
get it, but just suck it up. Okay, so something or nothing. I'm asking if it's a true dichotomy. You're saying not necessarily, which means you have
Correct.
to offer a third viable option. You then start asking me questions where you invoke the terms of the dichotomy. That isn't how that works. If you're saying that it's not a true dichotomy, you need to present a third viable option.
Because it depends on the definition, and you said it's concrete. Well, nothingness is you can make a claim that nothingness is concrete.
No, I define somethingness as being actual and
And
concrete.
what is nothingness?
The absence of that.
Of what? The concrete
Something
thing?
actual.
So when I
And you
have
notice what you're doing? You're doing the tactic again where you try to avoid the
it's not a
question.
tactic. It's logic.
No, bro, no, what's logic is that something and nothing is a true dichotomy. Anything
Is
outside of that is the epitome of being illogical.
are radio waves nothing?
No,
So radio waves are something.
that would be the requirement, seeing as how it's a true dichotomy, right?
No. I'm just saying if you
Yeah.
say that space, you gave the definition that space was a privation, empty, void of everything, space. And I'm
No, I said
saying
in
that
your paradigm. I said in your paradigm.
or even in my paradigm,
It's
I
merely
don't agree.
conceptual. It's a conceptual abstraction. It doesn't exist in and of itself. It's just defined as the absence of something else that does exist.
What is something else that does
Stop
exist is the
deflecting.
absence of? No, I'm not. I'm trying to get the definition. You still haven't given it to me yet. You're not being
No.
introspective here.
I asked you, is
You're not
something
listening.
or nothing a true dichotomy? Every human
No,
being
it doesn't have
alive
to
is
be.
being
It
intellectual.
depends on definitions.
Okay, so if it's not a true dichotomy, offer a third definition or a third viable option.
It's a conditional dichotomy.
Okay, offer a third viable option then.
That if you define nothingness as being just void of matter, then it can certainly have something that is not matter contained by it, which would
You
be
invoked
like
something, which was part of that dichotomy, dude.
no, I gave it. See, you weren't listening. I gave a definition. Something being having mass or matter. If it's void of matter, you missed that part because you weren't listening.
I don't know. I'm using the word how
You're
you're
thinking about
using
what
it
you're going
when
to
you
say
say
next. You're not listening
something.
to what I'm saying.
No.
I specifically said,
I'm
well, you're doing
invoking
it to
it
me.
the
So you're
same way
interrupting me.
that
You
you're
you
using
can't
it,
let me
dude.
finish, Britsit, because you know
Because
you never said.
you're
Just let me finish the sentence, and
overtly
then you can talk.
intellectually dishonest.
I'm not lecturing. I'm just saying that I define the nothingness as being void of matter, and I'm saying that you can have this dichotomy, this non-dichotomy, non-false dichotomy, is if that area that has no matter can still have radio waves or light waves or
Wait.
something.
No.
I've
Good
just
thing this is
satisfied
all
your
relevant
requirement
to
of
anything I
having a
said.
not having a false dichotomy. You know I was
Okay,
going
so
to say
thanks for your
that.
completely irrelevant point. This is all that you can do right now because you're trying to be dishonest and avoid the actual implications and conclusion, which is the definition of bad faith. The definition of bad faith is avoiding a resolution. That's what you're doing. You are, by definition, being bad faith. So when I say something or nothing, you're like, well, not necessarily. If I don't define nothing properly, and then I say that something could exist and I invoke part of the dichotomy, then I can still claim it's a false dichotomy, even though I'm invoking part of the dichotomy that I'm claiming isn't a dichotomy. It's the goofiest nonsense I've ever heard.
Are you listening to yourself right now?
Something and nothing is a true dichotomy.
Are you listening to yourself right now? You started speaking really quickly too, trying to make fun and poke fun at what I've said, which is not a tactic. and not scrambling for something like you explained. I'm being very clear about the definitions of words. And I've given you the definition of, you said nothingness and something. And I said, this nothingness is just void of matter. And if it's conditional a dichotomy,
I never said
that's
that.
what I meant by that. Hold on, I'm almost done. So when it's conditional, I'm saying by definition, if I say nothingness is void of matter, like there's nothingness out in the spaces, between planets and between dust particles, there's just nothing out there. But
yeah, that
doesn't
exist, Zanick.
Hold on. There could be radio
this is
waves
why
that are
everyone
still.
just hates to
See,
engage.
this is what it's funny. Every time I say like one sentence, there's a second part. That's when you guys find the green
you
light.
just repeat yourself ad nauseum.
I'm not
The thing you
repeating. I'm
just
saying
said-
I
the thing you
gave it a
just said
different
you said
example.
4 times.
You repeat yourself 1,000 times, and if someone else does it, all hell breaks loose. Let me finish the second sentence. It's not going to take more than 10 seconds. Juice doesn't
If
take
we
a long
define
time.
nothing as
I
not
take a long
having
time because
matter,
you're
then
always
we can talk about something that
talking
isn't matter, and we can say
over
that it's
me.
something.
So
You said it 7
anyway,
times.
so if I define nothingness as being void of matter and matter
Oh,
alone, then I know that radio waves and light can be in that void.
You said that 5 times.
In nothing. I know you want to jump in. Just let me finish. That means there is not a false dichotomy. There is not a false dichotomy because I've already laid down the definitions of those two terms very accurately.
Even within that definition, you're still invoking a dichotomy of something and nothing, Zanick.
What is nothing?
Oh, look at that. You can't engage with my point again. And this is where you're going to repeat your
because you're
ignorant
not
point
making any
again.
sense to me. I've already said it. But depends on the definition. So it's
Dude, why are you interrupting?
Because it's a conditional dichotomy.
That's why you're interrupting? So obviously, no, the dichotomy isn't conditional. If you define nothing as absence of matter, then something and nothing would still be a true dichotomy. I didn't define it that way though. And you asked me about radio waves, which aren't matter, and I said that is something. Then you just kept repeating that point over and over and over anyway, because you're bad faith.
Same thing, then.
So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to not you trying to make up some definition. I didn't say it was just matter. I didn't say that. I said the opposite of that. And then you asked me about radio waves, and then I said, yeah, that's something. And then you started invoking the word something to try to claim that it was a false dichotomy. You're invoking part of the true dichotomy to supposedly show why it's a false dichotomy. Of course, everyone that's honest knows that if you're claiming something isn't a true dichotomy, you have to offer a third viable option. So
if nothing exists, so I'll give you this concession, and I reluctantly, but I'll do it anyway because I think it's fun. Yes, if your definition is that nothingness is the absence of everything, privation of everything, we're talking about radio waves, magnetism, everything, then that would be a false dichotomy if those could be present at the same time. You can't have something in there that when you've already claimed that is nothingness. Is that
false dichotomy if those are present at the same time? Do you know what a true dichotomy even is?
Well, let me just say this really quick.
Are you serious right now? We're talking about a dichotomy, a dichotomy where both things do exist or can exist. If you have a false dichotomy, there's a situation where things cannot because they're both contradictory. That makes it false. A dichotomy where it's false.
This should have been like a 15-second back and forth.
Nothingness cannot something in space cannot exist if nothingness it removes everything that can exist. And that might be
what's so crazy, right? Is I only asked about the something nothing thing, thinking like, okay, this is so undeniably true and obvious that it will progress the conversation. He can't be intellectually dishonest about this. He can't be super pedantic and deflect with this. And then you literally did that very thing, and actually it ended up being even more painful than before. Something and nothing is a true dichotomy. You're avoiding it because I didn't ask you that randomly. I have a reason I'm asking you that. And you know that you want to avoid the conclusion that I'm leading you to. That is why you're doing what you're doing. Something, nothing. True dichotomy. Okay, the follow-up question is, can nothing exist?
Can nothing exist?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of a loaded question.
It's not loaded.
It should be easy to answer, Zanick.
Can nothing exist? Probably not. I mean, it's possible, but no. I mean, that's why I say it's loaded because there in physics there are things that are not fully understood that where there is nothing existing. Like, for example, when as the universe is expanding, we think that as the universe is expanding, there is nothing on the other side of where that it's expanding. It's expanding into nothingness.
Wait,
That's
you
what
just said in physics there are things that are not
things,
fully
not
understood
atoms,
that
not
exist.
items, ideas, things.
No, you said things that
I didn't
that
mean, so
exist.
again, definition. I didn't mean like material
You
things.
said,
There are
you
things
said
as in ideas. These are
no one said anything
not
about material things, man.
not
So
material things.
you said in physics there are things
Yes. Did
that
I mean physical
exist.
things?
But why are you interrupting so much? You said in
Because you
physics
keep on
there are
getting it wrong 3 times in
dude,
a
look
row.
at you, dude. You're out of control, man. You said
I'm
in
not out of
physics
control.
there are
You just
there
won't
you go
stop.
again. In physics there are things that exist but aren't fully understood. Of course, nothing is no what?
You've proven to me that you're not paying attention. Even though you repeated the words, your brain does not comprehend what I'm saying. I'm not meaning there are things that that exist, not things like physical things. Ideas are things. Things in physics, like
Physics aren't ideas.
Newton's formulas, Newton's laws are things. I'm talking
No,
about those
physics are
things.
physical
The things you
reality,
talk,
not
can
ideas.
we talk about things? Let's talk about things. Let's talk about your inability to think clearly like a human being right now.
Zanick,
That's
you're
not a thing that
spiraling,
you can
bro.
touch. Okay, you know what? You're arguing now in bad faith, just by example.
Zanick, settle down, bro. Just settle down, Zanick.
This is a
Dude,
BFS, a bad faith spiral.
this is so funny, bro. Because obviously nothing is defined as no thing, right? So if you
Did you
say
hear what I just said?
you
I
say
already
if
Yeah,
just
we
proved
should
that.
just let you keep talking, Zanick, because you're going to make more flat earthers the more we let you talk.
Sure, you will.
like,
People,
dude, if
believe
I
me.
ask,
Anyone
if
listening to
I
this
ask if
knows that Witsit is speaking in bad faith. I gave
you
him the
want to bet on
definition of
that,
what I was even
you want
talking
to bet
about
on
right
that?
there, and he doubles down and says the definition of nothing is no thing. So he proves to everybody, even you, whoever just made that last comment, that he's not listening.
That's
We
literally what the
let's
word
discuss things.
means.
Let's
That's
discuss things. Are we
literally
going to talk about things? No, we're talking about things as in non-tangibles, ideas.
Zanick,
You don't get
Zanick,
it. You just don't
let me
get it.
help you
It's
out, Zanick.
unbelievable.
Let me help you out, Zanick. There's nothing doesn't exist. If it existed, it would logically fall apart. Okay? By the sheer fact that it exists, it wouldn't be nothing. So the concept of nothing doesn't exist. Now, when we're dealing with emptiness, devoid of matter, like you guys claim the atom is 99%, 99.9% empty space. Emptiness is just a qualifier of something being empty of something else. But in ultimate reality, emptiness and nothing are false concepts that can never be true. You're welcome.
Yeah, it's funny because Einstein says the same thing under Einstein's notion of the interwoven space time. There truly is not no nothingness.
yeah, I think you missed where that was.
Interwoven space time.
And
Whoa.
space itself has characteristics, discrete characteristics.
Did you miss that was where Geisto's whole point started?
I posted
Jake, let me
Ken
ask you a
Wheeler's
question.
video where these guys were getting this information from. If you guys want to watch it and save yourself from being called dishonest and bad faith over and over again, it might save you some difficulty.
You think we had to
Yeah.
get this information from Ken Wheeler? You think I
Yeah,
needed
good
Ken
job,
Wheeler to
Gabe Rager.
Is
understand
he a
what
credible
something and
resource?
nothing means? What a
Is he,
pathetic attempt to discredit us.
is he a,
It's
is he a
pathetic.
Jake,
credible?
hold on, I want to ask Jake a question since he chimed in. Jake, what are the properties of space? Not the descriptions, but the properties. Can you define the properties of space, please?
Space can have things like curvature. Right, there can be a shape. Space can have a shape under Einsteinian.
Oh God,
It
Jake.
allows the
What flavor is it?
propagation. It allows the propagation of fields. We know that fields are propagated via that medium.
It's a medium
All of
now.
these are
Whoa.
attributes, by the way. All of these are attributes, and what you said about space having shape is completely wrong. But go on, I'm listening.
Yeah, Einstein said it wasn't a medium. Go ahead.
Well, I'm using it. I'm using the word medium as a. But maybe the word conduit would be better than the word medium, right?
He said it's not like any
No,
ponderable
sorry.
media.
Yeah, space is not a terminal for discharge, in case you didn't know that. But anyways, go on. I'm listening.
What do you mean not a terminal for discharge?
Yeah, you can't have like electrification with just space alone. It doesn't. It doesn't transfer energy like you're claiming it does. Sorry.
Well, you need the electromagnetic field in order to transfer energy.
Yeah, well, we can start to define that, but I think you're going to get wrapped up. Let's just stick with the easy stuff for now.
The electromagnetic field permeates through space and time, right?
No, not right.
Okay, what does
No.
it do then? What does the electromagnetic field do?
Oh,
Well,
you're gonna ask me.
let's just stick on the point on the topic here, Jake, because you piped up. And I'm asking you what the properties of space are, and so far you're giving attributes, and they're false.
Attributes are properties. Like if you ask me, what are the properties of a cat? You would say they're hairy, right? They like to eat small animals. Like, oh no, those aren't properties. Those are attributes.
Yeah, there's a distinct difference between the two.
What's the difference between attributes and properties?
So, like, I can give you an example, right? You've got
give me a definition.
The race car. Okay, so you're incapable, or are you going to be capable?
You mean sexually?
Oh my god.
Oh god. Maybe you and Zanick can figure it out.
You just don't interrupt. Yeah, it's like it's like the talking stick. You know, you pass the stick around, so only one person has a stick at a time. And if someone else has a stick, you don't just grab it out of their hands. You know, you got to wait till they actually pass it. So, but yeah, carry on. What was your point?
Yeah. So the property would. I was just saying the property would be the essence of what something is, where the attributes would be the characteristics of that thing. So, for an example, we've got a race car mechanic. He can tell you all the intricacies of the race car. He can tell you all the torque specs, all the nuts and bolts, and the variations of such. But it takes the race car driver, right, having been behind the wheel of the race car, to actually define the essence of what the race car is. The quantifications are only vague descriptions. They'll never lead you to a concise logical explanation and get to the essence of what something is. This requires, right, logic. It requires a few things, but this should be the epitome of what science is. And unfortunately, science is just left off with vague, ambiguous descriptions. So when I ask you what the properties of space are, and you give me characteristics, i.e. attributes, you're not touching on the properties of space. This is why Tesla vehemently opposed Einstein's pseudo-Riemannian space-time warping, because space can never have properties. And that's just a fundamental fact. So to try to give something properties that can't have properties is a farce, dude. And this is why we started off with the conversation. This is why I started off the conversation with Zanick, prematurely merging space and time together without accurately defining either one of those two on their own. But go ahead, Jake. I don't know. I hope that went through.
So you're asserting that space can't have any properties. So go ahead and show me the scientific studies you conducted that demonstrates that to be true.
You're breaking up a bit.
Show you the scientific method to show you how that's true. Is that what you said?
Show me the scientific testing that has been undergone in order to determine that for him to make that claim, right? The claim is that space cannot have any attributes or properties. I'm sorry.
No, that's yeah.
Properties.
Okay.
He said the word.
Yeah, you can come up with any fictional character that your mind could conceive of, and it would have to have an attribute. There's nothing you can conceive of that wouldn't have at least one attribute. But when we're dealing with properties, right, we're dealing with concrete reality here, not abstract. So that's why I'm asking you to to give me the properties of space, right? And you started off with shape. You started off with curvature. All things that are applicable to material things, but space being a privation of material, can't have those characteristics.
He said
Go ahead, Jake.
he not only said privation of materials, he said privation of everything.
Okay, yeah.
Anyhow, Jake, did you want to try again?
What do you mean privation of? What do you mean? I said a privation of everything.
No, not you, Jake.
It means it doesn't have any material in it. Like,
No, it doesn't have anything
Jake?
in it. It's a privation. It's the absence of anything. So go ahead. I want to make a point though. It's funny that they even conceptualized his idea. He had to invoke a medium. It's hilarious.
But under modern physics, space-time is not a privation. Space-time is not a privation under modern physics, right?
Nor are magnetic waves and electromagnetic.
Wait, we were just talking about
waves
space. Wait, time out. We were just talking about space. Why'd you combine the two into some Super Saiyan form of space-time or something? Do they have
Because
a baby?
the two cannot be separated.
The two can't be separated now. Oh, so there's no
Correct.
such thing as space in and of itself.
Can you go to a spot in space where time doesn't exist?
I can go to a spot in space because that's just an abstraction.
Time doesn't exist, Zanick. I don't know why you keep reiterating this point that is just nonsensical. All time is a measure of magnitude. That's it. It ultimately doesn't exist at all.
It's a measure of existence.
Oh yeah, it's required. You cannot meet
anyone. It's a progress of existence.
You cannot meet anyone at any place unless you include the dimension of time, right? Otherwise,
wait. Who cares about whether or not we can meet somebody? Wait, what about when we describe the pressure of a vacuum? Do we need time?
That's the pressure of that's molecules hitting each
other.
You
got dunked on.
Well, I'm going to ask Jake and Zanick a question. Zanick, what particle supports the existence of time? Is it a tachyon particle? Is it a chrono particle? What are you calling it, Zanick?
Many particles.
Which particle specifically supports the existence of time? Go ahead.
All particles.
Oh my god.
Okay, Jake, do you have an answer, Jake? You can also phone a friend. I think Jace is in here.
There's no such thing as space.
I'm in the middle of doing stuff. But space. What was the question again?
What particle supports the existence of time? Since all your existence, materialistically, since you guys are atomists, everything's comprised of particle interactions. Which specific particle supports the existence of time and time alone?
All particles. And the reason I say that,
so you're going to go with Zanick? Oh, that is Zanick. No, Jake, we're asking Jake, Zanick. We're asking Jake.
You want me to back it up? I will.
Yeah,
you can ask me after Jake. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, it's part of the metric structure of space-time. It's the
reason
fact
we know
the fact that you can have. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you were.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Life jacket. You need a life jacket.
No, I mean there is the second law of thermodynamics, which really specifically talks about that.
Deflection.
Not indirectly. No, it's not deflection. We know that these particles all can be proof of the existence of time. Because the energy state of all these particles, and we know that the energy of the usable energy that can do work will go, the unusable energy to do work will go up with time. They're intrinsically related, time and entropy. So we
does time actually exist?
It has to, because we know that.
Is it physical?
Of course, it's physical.
Is there a particle of time?
No, it's not. See,
so something can physically exist in your paradigm.
Here we go back again. Definitions of words.
Yeah, we're expediting it because you just monologued things that aren't relevant to what we're talking about.
Completely relevant. A proof of time is entropy.
He didn't ask for proof of time.
I think he did.
But he didn't.
No, Zanick, I asked you which specific particle supports the existence of time. I'm looking for a particle. Do you have that?
All particles.
I mean, you could call it a tachyon particle. You could call it a chrono particle. I mean, whatever your heart desires, just give me the particle so I can verify this.
All these particles have energy states, do they not?
Zanick, do you realize that your worldview, not too long ago, conceived of sound being a particle interaction? Do you know that?
When?
You don't know.
It is a particle interaction, by the way.
Oh, sound is a particle.
Sound is a particle interaction.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm asking you, or what I'm telling you, is that not too long ago they claimed sound to be comprised of a specific particle.
A sound particle?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
When was this?
When? Who?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But
exactly.
This is the issue. This is the issue, Zanick, is you guys are materialists, and it falls short, dude, when applying rational logic to reality. That's why I'm asking you for the specific particle to support time. You
Was
don't
that
have
before
it.
or after?
You don't have it. Yet you're still going to conceive of time being physical. It's like
yes. The progress
it's crazy,
of
bro.
existence is physical. Yes.
They've tested clocks.
Things
Hold on,
decay.
they've tested
Entropy
clocks
happens.
in different They've tested clocks in different gravitational fields and at different speeds, and both times if the clocks slow down or speed up. So that
Not even
says
true.
that time
Not even
is
true.
not just a human concept.
Not even true. It speeds up and slows down in these tests. But anyway,
Was the sound
yes, it is.
sound particle?
Yes, it is theorized that sound has a particle known as a phonon.
I believe the term was phonon.
Was the sound particle
Phonon.
after?
Yeah, which is a quantum of the sound wave, a quasi-particle that behaves like a particle. Quantum of sound, phonons, the smallest possible units of vibrational energy in a crystal lattice.
Just say that wasn't true. I want to know. You just act like that they didn't do that at all when those tests are literally tests that have been done.
I literally went and read the data sheets and showed that the clocks go up and down. You guys just conveniently omit that because you don't even go read it.
Go ahead and post us a paper where that shows that it debunks
Okay, Halfling and
the
Keating.
idea of time.
The most famous one ever, Halfling and Keating.
How do you spell it?
HEFLING maybe? KEA or KEATING. Halfle, HEFELE KEATING. You never heard of Halfling and Keating? The most famous supposed validation of time dilation in your paradigm. So why are you sitting here defending it? You haven't even heard the most famous example. Weird.
Yeah, these arguments are not my job, though, like they are your job. What's it?
They're not my job. I haven't streamed but like 2 times in 10 months. What are you talking about? Try again, my guy.
You got into a car and you toured the country to spread information and debate people about this. Did you not?
No,
Did you not spend months on the roads doing that?
What is the relevance to that being my job now?
Well, that means that you dedicated substantial resources to doing this as a full-time occupation.
What? I spent money to do it. I emptied out all my savings and all my crypto to do it. And paid for
It doesn't matter. It was still what was preoccupying your time. If I go volunteer at the school, that's a preoccupation.
You're
of my
such a
time,
loser,
right?
dude. What is your point here other than to deflect away from the fact that you try to defend something that you have no information about at all? You're completely ignorant of. Didn't even know the famous test that they supposedly used to invoke the validation of time dilation. Got completely embarrassed whenever I named it by name. Then try to deflect some personal
All
attack to
right,
discredit me.
let's talk about science, not each other,
All right,
please.
all right. Let's talk about
Wasn't meant to be a
science.
personal
Let's talk about
attack.
science.
All
The
I'm
guy
saying
goes on
is
to
I'm more familiar with these arguments than most lay people
The guy
are.
makes some
because
comment
you
about my
dedicated your
life. The
time
guy
to
makes some comment.
studying
Shut
them.
up. Shut up. Shut up. The guy makes some comment about my life. Tries to take some shots at me. You didn't have anything to say. Then did you, Gay
I
Breaker?
didn't take a shot at you, Witsit. I didn't say anything
No, hey, Gay Breaker. You didn't
disparaging.
have
When did
anything
I
to
say
say
that
then,
was
though, did you, Gay
disparaging?
Breaker?
Both sides, Witsit, both sides.
Witsit, when did I
You
say
didn't
that
have
was
anything to
disparaging? Because it
say.
was definitely not meant to be
Jake, shut
disparaging.
up. Gay Breaker, you didn't have anything to say until I clap back at him. How convenient. You do that every time,
Both
right?
sides. Hey, I'm not a mod. It's just a suggestion. You can go back
Oh,
to
if you're not a
attacking
mod,
each
then
other
why are
if
you
you
trying to
want.
mod? Then why are you trying to
Sure,
mod?
go back to attacking each other. Go on.
So why didn't you say anything when he personally brought up the personal
I was
things
in
and
my
attacked
kitchen.
me? That's a lie. You
Liar.
could have
All right.
you only ever come off the mic when it's to try to shut down the flat earther. I'm calling him out because he got exposed for not knowing what he's talking about. And what did he do? He's like, oh, this isn't my job, like it is yours, which is his way to try to take a shot at me and try to be like, oh yeah, you just talk about this and try to grift people, which is the implication. And then I said that's not even true in the stream anymore. But then what he do? He brought up something I did 5 years ago. Then he got debunked with that. I
Yeah.
spent my own money to fund it.
Wait a minute. He's talked about the atomic clocks. You didn't know the name of it. Is that what you're really criticizing him on?
He couldn't even name one
He didn't know
test.
the test, the
He knows
half-living
it. He
Keating
knows
test, the
it.
most
Jake,
famous
do you
one
not
of
know
all
about the
time.
atomic clock
The
experiments? Come on.
time
He
dilation.
literally didn't know
Yes,
about it.
that talks
No,
about.
of
That
course he
speaks directly
does.
to
That's why
time
he didn't even know how
dilation.
to spell it. He didn't even know what it was.
No, I didn't know about the name. I didn't know the name of the
You know the
scientist
name of
behind the
it. Don't be so
experiment and the paper.
pedantic.
Okay, what happened in the test? What were the results, Jake? Since you know about it.
They flew atomic clocks around the world, and then they saw that there was a discrepancy between the clocks on the ground and the clocks on the plane.
What were the results?
The time slowed on the airplanes.
They slowed on the airplane?
Within the predicted amount.
Oh, do you notice how the other guy to save you because everyone in the room can tell you don't know about it? So the other Globers are going to save you.
Oh, he knows about it.
Since he knows
Otherwise,
about it,
you
then
don't know.
if he knows about it, why are you trying to save him?
Then let him answer it. Then if he knows about it.
Okay,
Why
so
are you
wait,
trying? Why trying to pick? Why
there
trying
he
to pick
goes.
at him?
There you
Because
go.
why are you trying to
There you
pick
go.
at him? Why are you trying to
I'm
pick
not
at
going
him?
to pick at him. He's the one that invoked it.
Why are you trying to pick at him?
Yeah, so they're debating, bro. Please keep on mute. And you did have 1 point, but now it's not a point anymore. Let's go back. Go ahead.
Jake,
now.
I'm saying, but like, you were so super confident about this. You were in a position to teach us that we were coming from an ignorant position a second ago. So, what were the results? You're saying they slowed down on the plane? Okay, they only slowed down. Did they only slow down? Did it change based on east and west?
It gained in one direction and slowed in the other direction.
Oh, so speeds. So wait, so it went to the same altitude, and the speed of time sped up in one direction, but slowed down in the other.
Well, yeah, because of the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, the rotation of the Earth made time slow down and then speed up the other way. Which way did it speed up?
What do you mean? Which way did it speed up?
Well, one plane went east, one plane went west. So which way did it speed up?
I think it slowed down going east and sped up going west.
So it slowed down going east and sped up going west. And
yeah,
so time didn't dilate relative to altitude away from the center of mass relative to gravity. It did it based on rotation of Earth. Okay, is that what you're claiming?
Eastbound was they lost time.
Yeah, which means it slowed down.
Eastbound they lost time. That was the test.
Okay, so
in west
they gained
they
time.
gained.
Okay, so
So
that's what happened in that test. Zanick, stop. Jake, that's what happened in that test.
I believe so.
Wrong. Completely wrong. Zanick, do you want to jump in and pretend yeah, Jake or Santa, go ahead and pretend you know what happened.
But I haven't read the paper, so I'm not familiar with it.
Why'd you jump into the?
It was a very famous test. It gained one direction and lost another direction.
Well, I know it's famous test. That's why I brought it up.
So you don't think
the most famous test?
So the eastbound, so when east, like from from New York to England, they lost time.
No, I know what happened.
West, they gained time. That didn't happen.
I actually read the paper. And looked at the data charts.
It's a simple question. You can say yes or no. Be an asshole.
Wait, you just claimed that it did happen. Why are you asking me what happened? Wait, but do you know what happened, or do you need me to tell you what happened?
I don't have the paper in front of me. I just know that one way going west gained time, and going eastward, going back from England to New York, lost.
Yeah, you Googled that, but have you read the paper?
Both special and general relativity both predict that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You Googled that, but did you?
really.
Wait, I thought general relativity was about gravity, not about the propagation of light.
It's a bending and warping of space-time in general.
Oh, so is it based on the gravity well of Earth, or is it based on the propagation of light?
The gravity wells in Einsteinian mechanics.
Is there gravity wells in special relativity?
No.
Okay, so then which one is the cause? Gravity wells or not gravity wells?
They don't exist with Einstein.
Wait, no, they exist in Einstein. Right, one is special relativity, one is general relativity.
Both general and special relativity. General relativity is the bending warping of space-time, and special relativity is the time dilation.
Was the time dilation predicted within special relativity, general relativity, or both?
In this case, it was special relativity.
Oh, why'd you just say it was general relativity?
It's both, but it is both.
Wait, which one is it?
They're both. They both are related.
No, they're not. So general relativity is about.
No.
They are related.
Because of oh my God.
They are related. Okay, so
Snooze,
explain how they are related.
You don't understand what you read. Comprehension is
Chill out.
lack.
Chill out. Sean, calm down, my guy. What causes time dilation?
Bending warping of space-time.
Oh, really? Snooze, what causes time dilation?
Snooze.
See, we're exposing the whole facade that you guys know what you're talking about. What causes time dilation, Snooze?
Serve its
Gravity and
contraction.
speed.
What is it, Snooze?
Gravity and speed.
Gravity and speed. So then we couldn't invoke time dilation with just special relativity. We need gravity to do that.
No, you can do, because special relativity is a special case that just watches or that just concentrates on speed, has nothing to do with gravity. General relativity includes special relativity.
Okay, so then we can get time dilation with just special relativity. We don't need general relativity.
No,
Yeah, that's a special case.
Let me get
Special
in after he answers
relativity
that.
is a special case that has clear constraints. General relativity always works.
What's the special case?
They're not even.
Again?
What's the special case? What's the special case? Can I get in after he answers this?
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing.
Yeah. What's the special case?
Yeah, speed on a straight path, basically.
Speed on straight paths.
Yes,
Jeremy.
because they're incompatible.
You're Googling it.
I did not Google
straight
it.
paths. No, he's right. Straight paths because. He's not wrong about the straight path thing because.
Well, because time slows down as you get
special relativity.
What a
You
time.
don't hear Jeremy trying to get in, Zanick. Come on. He's lagging.
Well, I was talking and I was on mute by accident. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
You got the floor, Jeremy. Go.
So he was trying to talk over me. He was trying.
Yeah, you're roboting.
Trying to talk over me on mute accidentally, so he decided.
He's not roboting. He's lagging.
Yeah, you're lagging. Dude.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Jeremy.
it's not working. I mean, you could try, but
We just gotta be super patient and wait like 10 seconds.
So Witsit, this
no
this,
NASA,
this experiment,
no NASA,
this experiment
no,
was
NASA,
generally
no,
known as a proof of the time
All
dilation.
you did was
You say it's
Google it
not.
and read it a little bit, and now you think
But
you're ready.
you say that this is not proof of time dilation, unlike everybody else who said it in 1971.
You know what's funny is like I'm just sitting on my phone. I didn't have to Google this like you did. So can we not
So
play
again,
the whole? You're
this
going to teach me
this
about a
experiment
game.
is well known to be one of the demonstrations of the.
Yeah, that's
space,
why
you know?
I invoked it. Maybe you should keep up with the conversation.
Okay, well,
before
good. Then welcome to the. Then why you sitting here? Why you sitting here? Why you say it's false now? Because this is proof that this is actually
so
proof.
bad, NASA. Please
Oh,
stop.
it's proof.
Dude.
No, this is actually proof
it's
of
proof.
yes.
It's proof. Yeah, it's proof.
Yeah.
You don't know what happened or how it worked, but it's proof.
It's
so,
proof.
by the way,
It's
this
proof of
guy
time
said,
dilation.
okay, let me help
Thank
you
you.
guys out, man. Special relativity, it is a special case, okay? And that special case is constant velocity in the absence of gravity. So when Zanick says both special relativity and general relativity predicted it, that's an incoherent statement if you know anything about relativity. So anyway,
getting back to this experiment, you saying it's false now that they didn't show the time?
Let's skip over that part. So
you're
okay,
gonna
so
skip
what
over that
actually
part.
happened? What? No, I didn't skip. I'm the one that brought it up.
Then
So,
why did you bring it up? Because this is proof of what you're
Maybe
saying.
if you shut up and listen, you would find out.
Exactly. So it's
No, I
because
doubt
they
it.
were
Does time slow down in the presence of mass?
they were invoking time dilation, and they didn't even know the test that supposedly verified it. Yet they invoked it right vaguely.
time dilation
and
can
then I
also
brought
happen.
No, they calculated the time difference.
They both started freaking out.
They
So-
calculated the time
You
difference.
guys, just let Witsit finish, and then one of you has the mic and respond. Please, just keep it.
I'm talking about the people in this room invoke time dilation as a real thing and that it had been tested and verified. And I asked what test, and I couldn't even name one. And then I said, wait, do you not even know
Atomic clocks, my God. Come on.
I'm the one that named it.
No, you didn't.
I named it. Do you want to bet $1,000? Do you want to bet $1,000?
Go back.
You want to bet
Jake
$1,000?
didn't regurgitate it immediately, but I think you were trying to catch him on the name of the test.
You didn't know what it was,
Everybody
dude.
knows the atomic clock. Here's my one point. I was trying to get it earlier, so I was interrupting.
Oh,
so you didn't read the paper.
We know that time dilates near mass. Witsit, do you agree that time dilates near closer to mass? Farther you get away from mass, the the faster the clock speed. Is
you
that
just
true?
interrupted
You
me.
yes or
You
no?
don't get to just
What happened?
hijack the mic. You don't get to just hijack the mic and then say, "Oh, here's my point."
No, because that's how you kept on accusing me of not saying something correct, and I
I didn't
was correct.
accuse you
Because
of anything.
they both are involved, special and general relativity, with time dilation. And that's how they can actually rule out the gravitational effect, which is general relativity, versus the velocity, the Lorentz effect, which is a time dilation due to velocity, relative velocity, I should be more accurate in saying.
Okay, do I have to say it again? Special relativity applies to the special case of constant velocity in the absence of gravity. Doesn't matter, not the point. The way this came up was you guys collectively were invoking time dilation as a
Not
real
the absence of
phenomena.
gravity. Why do you say
That
that?
is special relativity applies to the special case of constant velocity of motion in the absence of gravity.
So it doesn't apply when there's gravity? Is that what you're saying?
That wouldn't be special relativity, would it?
It is. No, but it is. Because they
No,
take
it's
Yeah, I was
the two
actually
literally
going to
factors.
say
not.
that
They take
earlier.
the two factors of the Lorentz contraction as well as the gravitational effects of bending warping of space-time, which is general relativity, and the net slowdown or speed up of the clock
I was
is
actually
based
going to
on
say
those
that
two
earlier.
factors.
All right, let Jeremy get in. His connection's back. Go ahead.
He's laughing because he doesn't understand us.
I was actually going to say that earlier. I was actually going to say that earlier. Special and general relativity are not even compatible with each other. One of them requires bending space-time in the presence of mass. The other one requires flat space-time. So you can't have any mass. There can't be any mass. They're just not compatible with each other at the same time. One of them's curving space-time, the other one's not.
Yeah, so they don't know that stuff, but bro, this is the thing, right? I just invoked the most famous test because you guys were invoking that the test had been done to show that time slows down, right? And you guys seem to know the most famous test, and then I named it, and then you guys didn't know what really happened in the test, and that's okay. And now here we are to the next part. So the next part is actually what happened was as it shows in the paper and in the observational data charts that they provided themselves, it both slowed down and sped up in both directions.
So did
Let's
slow
repeat that.
down and
Let's
speed
repeat
up
that.
the same time?
Wait, let's repeat that for the no, not at the same time. They did multiple readings. Did you not know that?
Yet the total difference was within what they calculated at the beginning. What would happen?
No, there's no
people
total
sign on to a
difference.
religion and have never read their own Bible, bro. And
It
they're
has
just
nothing to do with
like
the
You haven't
total
read this
difference.
paper.
good, faithful,
I've read it.
good, faithful, religious zealots. Go ahead.
It has nothing to do with total difference. You just made that
Yes, it
up.
does.
No, cite it. Cite it.
The total
Post
difference?
which
That's right.
large language model are you using, NASA? Let's see it.
No, it's not.
Wait, if your
Oh,
large
oh.
language model
So
told
they
you
had
that, it's
they had 40
completely wrong. Cite it.
What they had 40 nanoseconds plus or minus 23 in the eastward direction and plus 120 257 plus or minus
Oh,
21.
that's the total difference?
Yeah.
Okay, cite
With
it.
it's in the paper.
Cite it. No, cite it.
It's in the paper. You haven't read the
Cite
paper?
it.
You haven't
I
read the
have
paper?
Yeah, you're so full of it, NASA.
Yeah,
Sit
It's
down,
not in the
bro.
paper?
The difference
it's
is
not in
I
the
have
paper.
read.
What
The difference
page
is
The
is
I have
total
read
isn't
the
in the
paper.
paper.
The difference is I have read the paper, and I've also looked at
Oh,
their
so the
observational
total's not on the
charts.
paper? There you go. Yeah, look.
Try to put
No,
There's the total.
results in the
dude,
chat.
stop interrupting. No matter how desperate you are to get out of this, it's not going to work. So
Except
no.
that it is, and except that it is, and they did it,
You want to bet
and it's been
$1,000?
repeated
You
more
want
than
$1,000?
once.
You want to bet $1,000?
It's been repeated more than once with more accurate
Okay,
equipment.
then, dude, easy $1,000 then, right?
Well, you don't have $1,000.
Yeah, I do.
Oh my god! You
No,
say that every time he says it,
He
dude.
doesn't. He
Come
doesn't have
on.
$1,000.
Just
Flat earthers
stop,
never
NASA.
pay up their flat
Yeah,
earthers
the reason
never pay off their bets.
that's not true. That's not
Also,
true.
I'd have
Name
I'd have 3 Bitcoin right now.
no, name one time I've made a bet and not paid it up.
I'd have 3 Bitcoin right now if the
Yeah,
flat
so
earthers paid
deflection.
their
That's nothing to
debts.
do with me. There's nothing
I
to do
don't
with
know.
me.
I've never. All I know is that flat earthers never pay their bets.
Okay, so you got nothing. So actually,
I have 3
I have
Bitcoin right now.
one.
If
I have
flat earthers
one.
paid their
I have
bets, I would have
just
3
keep
Bitcoin.
repeating yourself. Yes. What we didn't hear you. Can you say it again?
Okay, fine. Then why do you repeat
Hey,
yourself?
3 Bitcoin.
Why do you
and
keep
you didn't
repeating that this experiment did not prove what they said it proved? This is another one of your. This is another one of your great examples. You take all the great experiments. You take all the great experiments
All
that
right,
prove
NASA,
you're
come on,
wrong,
dude.
and then twist them and say, "Oh,
All
they
right.
don't prove that I'm wrong."
Let's talk about
Yeah.
science, please.
Well, you notice that's the Glober that's avoiding that. Yeah. So
You
with
take
per
every
usual,
experiment that
here he is
shows
again.
you're
Here he is
wrong
again doing it.
and twist
NASA,
it.
stop.
What? Why do I have to stop?
He just wants to
Because
talk
you're
about
just
me.
interrupting and repeating yourself.
Why,
Wait
wait a minute, hold on. Richard does nothing but repeat himself. He's saying that he's going
NASA,
back
you're
to
gonna
the
get
experiment
muted,
again.
bro. Just chill.
I'm going to get muted, right? Because you can't mute Witsit here, right?
You guys,
There's
just
no
hold on.
substance.
Everybody, just reset. We need to just go one at a time. So, I don't know. I mean, is it wrong if I say NASA didn't finish his point, or did he get interrupted? I don't know. NASA, just say your point and pass the mic. With the
point is that Witsit takes every experiment that proves he's incorrect, from Michelson Morley to this one to every experiment, reinterprets it against what everybody else in the world thinks it's about. It's an amazing skill set you have.
Okay, if that's kind of a personal attack, but nonetheless, keep muted.
No, that's not a personal attack, sir.
Keep muted. Yes, it is. Keep it muted while he responds.
Why is it a personal attack?
You're
Tell me why
finished
it's-
speaking.
Tell me why it's a personal attack, please.
Because it was just a complete disparaging comment about how he dealt. It was just basically he's not intelligent to understand it or something. Was your point you're trying to make that he doesn't get it or something? You didn't make an actual point. You just
I did
made
make an actual point.
About
This is another one in the history of Witsit taking experiments that prove something that he doesn't like, reinterpreting it and saying that it proves just the opposite from what everybody else thinks it is.
Thank you. We heard you. Thank you.
All right, I revised. It's a straw man and an ad hom. Now let's not let Witsit respond.
Yeah, so I haven't even had to propose a new interpretation for it because the actual data objectively disagrees with what you people claim about it. Which is how I know you haven't actually researched it, read the paper, or looked at the data charts that came from the test. Okay, it wasn't the total. The numbers you just read off were not the total. That's a cherry-picked reading that seems to be relatively consistent with the relativistic prediction, and that's with the correction added. And I just offered you $1,000 if you want to bet I'm wrong about it. You won't take that. You won't take that bet.
I don't have $1,000.
Stop interrupting.
You don't have
Stop
$1,000.
Stop interrupting. So
I mean, you
won't
had
take
that.
You won't take that bet because you.
Witsit, when I posted his JPEG in there.
Why
Can
do you
you
think it's
tell
your
me
turn
what
to
you don't
talk?
agree
You
with?
guys, stop. He was finishing his point, and then someone has to respond with actual substance, not just yelling about $1,000 or whatever. Like, just chill. If you want to respond, just let him finish, and then come with something substantive.
So the only reason I offered the $1,000 is this way to expedite the whole facade that what he's saying is true. Like I don't care about any of that, but the point is that that isn't a total. That was made up. You made that up. You can't support that. You can't cite that because you made it up. I know where that data comes from, and it's a cherry picked piece of the data, and then it's added with it's corrected. It has relativistic corrections added, so it's cherry picked and corrected. What the actual data charts show is that the clocks, quote unquote, sped up and slowed down in both the east and west direction. And there were multiple readings, and it was positive and negative in both directions. So in order to claim that verified relativity, you have to cherry pick one of the readings and then add corrections to it. That's not how science works.
It did have a less 40 seconds going eastward, and we gained 207 nanoseconds going in the westward direction. But that included both the gravitational and the kinematic effects, both the general and the special relativity effects of time dilation. And I just posted the chart. Do you disagree with that? These are the general, and this test has been done by thousands of people since then, obviously. Do you disagree with that chart I just posted? This is posted in Science in 1972. So, 50 some odd years ago.
Yeah, I disagree with this because this is only showing a singular reading. And their actual data chart, which we have the actual data chart.
No, they have two readings there.
No, that's the same reading with different interpretations.
No, they have the general relativity value, then they have the special relativity value.
Oh, okay. And those are both the same reading of the clock with different interpretations. But the actual raw data that was observed in the test has multiple readings and it shows both positive and negative in both directions. Let's use our brain for a second. If you guys say according to relativity in the western direction or in the eastern direction it slows down, and in the western direction it speeds up according to relativity. But the actual tests show that it both sped up and slowed down in both the east and west directions. Would that be proof of relativity?
Oh, because we had a greater slowdown than the gain of the eastward direction due to gravitational effects of general relativity.
It slowed down and sped up in both directions.
Eastward, they get 144 nanoseconds increase eastward, just like we see westward.
No, they had like over 10 readings. There was no specific amount that it slowed down.
Once you close your chart, we can talk about that, because right now we're just talking.
I will. Okay,
You know more than all these
like,
not that this is an argument, but it seems like you think you know more than all the physicists.
No, I just actually researched your belief system.
Yeah, but more than all the you did more research than all these.
Yo, it's like if you put a rock. Hold on, Zanick. Hold on, just stop with that. It's like if I say, oh, when I put this rock inside this cup of water, the water heats up, and then we do it 20 times, but sometimes it got colder. You can't walk away, right? What's it? Is that a good analogy?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know how we got stuck on Lorentz contraction, dude. But I was asking for somebody to define the property of space, and this is how we ended up down here. So if we want to stay on this, that's fine. But I would still like any Glober to define or give us the properties of space if they can do it.
You know they can't. You know you've asked that before.
Well, it's not a matter of that.
Carry on with this Keating thing because we've been
about some evidence
for years with it.
Fine, you must play the space thing. How about some evidence for the flat Earth today? Anybody got any evidence for the flat Earth today?
All right, fuck it.
No, we're not talking about that. Actually, we're talking about if you guys can even present an intelligible formation of your belief system of space.
Space is three-dimensional. That's a property of space.
That's a description. Thank you very much. Length, width, height, depth, breadth. Those aren't things. Those aren't properties. You're giving a description. You're giving vectors of description. It's not the properties of space.
Bro, a property is literally a description. We're playing semantics right now.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. You have descriptions and explanations. All you're giving me is descriptions when I'm asking you for an explanation. That's what science is supposed to do, is explain, and you guys forget that main point. No explanation. Only description. That's all you have.
If you ask me for properties of fire and I tell you that fire is hot, that will be both a property and a description of fire. Fire being hot is a description of how fire behaves.
Give me an explanation of fire, since you want to change subjects.
An explanation of fire? No. To be fair, I don't exactly know how it works.
I understand, and that's okay.
The reaction takes place.
Yeah, it's okay you don't know. That's not your fault. What you need to do is go back to your professor and smack him and let him know that he's never taught you science.
I don't have a professor.
So you didn't go to college?
Oh.
No?
No.
So then why are you well, my point is space has no properties. They can't give it to us. They never will. But they still want to repeat the same dogma.
It being three-dimensional is a specific property that if that property were different, then space would be physically behaving in a different way. The fact it's three-dimensional means a specific thing. It isn't only a description, like it isn't also a property, because if it had, like, let's say only 2 dimensions, then we wouldn't be able to move in that third direction, which would be like width, let's say, for example. So yeah, that is a property.
In order to have dimension, you have to have something partaking in the third dimension to have dimension. A privation is not dimensionality.
I mean, we were right in the middle of that Keating thing. I wanted to go over that because these guys have been using that as evidence for years now. Can we finish that up after this? Or
please?
It's
yeah, that's fine.
It's corroborated. like there was an experiment where they ionized hydrogen and then they set it through a linear accelerator, and then they measured the Doppler shift in both directions and also measured the speed. And while the frequency of the light changed according to what would be predicted by the Doppler shift from the acceleration, either coming towards or away, the speed of light was always the same. In terms of the fact that those particles were moving at a high rate of speed didn't change the measured speed of light. So you'd have to come up with an explanation of why the speed of light always measures the same, even when it's emitted from a particle that's moving maybe away from you or moving towards you.
Probably because light doesn't have a speed. That's a misnomer. What you're really referring to is the hysteresis of the medium itself.
Is what?
What do you mean light doesn't have a speed? How does the laser ruler work?
Well, for one, light is not the emission of photons.
Yes, it is.
So if you're to understand that to be a fact,
actually,
then
it
speed
most
would
certainly
infer.
is. Like,
okay, Nasser, you all right, bro? You all right?
I'm fine, but you're just lying
I'm
your
like
ass off
right
here.
in the middle of talking. I mean,
Bro, NASA,
if we
don't
want to do
interrupt
that,
him. I want to
if we
hear
want to
his
do that, then
explanation
every
of being a
time
bit stupid.
all the Globers speak, I can just interrupt. I mean, is that what we want to do, NASA?
Well, how much lying are you gonna do? Just tell me when you're done
Bro,
lying.
stop interrupting
It wasn't
NASA.
even 5 seconds.
Thank you.
So how does the laser ruler work now? If light's not emitted and we don't measure the time between the two and come back with the distance?
Speed infers something moving from A to B. There's nothing physical moving from A to B when dealing with light.
But light is moving. That's how we determine time. That's how we determine the laser ruler. That's how it works. You can go to Home Depot, buy one.
What you're talking about is the rate of induction.
No, the rate of induction. What the hell does that mean?
Light induces through a medium, doesn't travel.
Light induces what?
Light induces through a medium, it doesn't travel. And I'm
Induces what?
specifically referring to, dude, all right, I'm not going to do this with you, dude. You've got no filter on you.
What when you say the rate of induction, I ask you what it induces, and you say it induces.
Dude, you should be able to go back and forth.
Me.
Yeah, dude, that's really simple. You should be able to go back and forth with another human being and like a game of tennis. There could be little short interjections. I don't know why NASA, like, I'm not trying to call you out and go into a whole meta moderation thing, but after all these years, like, I know sometimes people slip up, but is it that difficult? Because you know what happens is you say your point, he comes back, and within about 3 seconds, you shout no. That's not valid, bro. That's not valid.
Lying.
You need.
I mean,
it doesn't
if
matter.
it
doesn't matter what you think of his point. You need to wait till he's finished, then respond to it, so it can be an actually productive conversation for everyone to listen to.
He doesn't have enough retention to do that.
No, the general problem is that Flat Earth will talk about 5 different things, and then we'll lose sight of what we're doing. But that's okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead and tell me what induction is first, and then we'll work on from there.
It's only basic respect to allow the conversation to go back and forth and let the other person say their points. Now, if they're straw manning you or ad homing, that's a little different. But none of that's happening. So specifically straw manning.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, just go if that's happening. We can all understand that you don't want someone to say. So what you're saying is. And if it is a straw man, and then for them to beat down the straw, or to then rebut the straw, or to, what do they call it, like attack the straw man kind of thing for the next 3 minutes. It does make sense to do a quick interjection there, which we've already stated that is a valid interruption if you actually are straw manning. Otherwise, you should wait till they're finished so that we can hear their point, and then you go and we can hear your point. That's how we can actually have it be productive. So, anyways, go ahead, Dice, and then just respond when he's done, dude. It's that easy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna back out because I can already tell you this ain't gonna go well. So just go ahead and go back to speed of light and your beliefs about it.
Well, it's not a belief. It's generally proven, measured. But that's okay. You can go to Home Depot and get a laser ruler. It works on the principle of the speed of light.
No, that's not true. We've achieved 3C propagation on Earth.
What?
Which part of the sentence was confusing?
3C propagation. What does that mean?
Yeah, we've achieved 3C propagation in coaxial cables. Look it up.
Coaxial cables. I mean, you put light
It's
in
called
one side and it comes out the
superluminal
other side.
propagation.
Yeah, superluminal propagation.
No C3. No superluminal involved. Sorry.
Oh, so you haven't researched it. You don't know about it. You've never read it, but you know it doesn't exist.
Please send me the paper.
So how is that any different than a religion?
How is it saying not everything? No, not a religion.
You just did that.
That's what you just did.
No, I didn't. We have no superluminal. There's no such thing as superluminal.
Okay.
You're just saying
You
no.
want to put on it.
Show me the if you can have superluminal speeds, then you can go what? Back in time or forward
I get
in
it
time?
now.
Show
Why
me,
you say that,
show me,
Witsit. Makes sense.
Show me the superluminal. Superluminal is like
they do a thing, and then they just say
where is
that
superluminal?
you do the thing.
So
Where's
crazy.
superluminal? Come on, show me superluminal.
It doesn't exist according to you, right? Honestly, NASA, it feels like you have more faith than like 90% of the Christians that come in here, dude. I
No,
just
it's
want
not
to give you
faith. This
kudos
is
for
not
that.
science. Is not faith. That's where you're incorrect. See, that's the
Oh,
problem.
no. It is. It is.
No, science is not a faith.
You're very
Only based
faithful,
on
and I
fact.
just want to give you some credit.
Not a fact. It's not a faith. Science is not a faith. This is where you guys get it wrong. I've asked Witsit. You have this paper yet? I'm sorry.
Well, see, here goes NASA. This is another situation where he misinterprets the data for these coax cables, and it's something that we're
Hold on, Zanick.
Hold on.
He said it doesn't exist.
3C doesn't exist. No, 3C does exist in terms. It doesn't mean what he thinks it means. Hold on. Let me. I'm almost done. Let me just finish the sentence.
Well,
what it does
the
mean.
Conversation.
What it does mean. No, that is a common misconception. These 3C2V cables used in video, etc., they all have a specific propagation of about 66% of the speed of light.
No, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about at all.
Well, you said they've reached 3C in propagation with coax cables. And I'm telling you that 3C value is a 3T-2V cable. It's 60 to 90%, 66 to 67% of the speed of light. So not anywhere near 3 times the speed
of light. It was 3C. The signal was received at superluminal rates of 3C. The mainstream explanation for it has nothing to do with what you just said.
That is the mainstream explanation.
Faster than light communication has never been. Faster than light communication has never been demonstrated.
3 times the speed of light.
Yeah, superluminal 3C propagation on Earth has objectively occurred.
Because they call it 3C-2V?
I mean, you could call it instantaneous action at a distance if you want.
But it
do you want me to tell you what the official, as soon as I say the official answer, you're all just going to absorb it and integrate it
dogmatically. It has a specific velocity of 0.66.
No.
Or 66% of the speed of light. That's
no,
the that's the reality of it. That's the reality.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not the official explanation.
Never read the paper, Zanick. How about you post the paper you're referring to?
Yeah, what's the title of the paper?
Well, I'll ask you for the paper, and you haven't posted it yet.
But wait, Zanick's claiming he read it and knows that it's wrong. So what's the title of the paper? What's the title of the paper?
Okay, what's the paper?
It's a spec sheet on the freaking cable.
You don't know. No. Thank you.
Nothing at all to do with
it. I just know that's not to be true.
Oh, this is a religion. That's what I'm saying.
No, because everybody in engineering knows that it's 2/3 C. It's not 3C.
You could just feel it. You could just feel it. I mean,
let me get a paper for you. I will bring one. Can you bring one? What's it? Because you seem to be very confident that it does not exist.
Witsit is just shifting the burden of proof. He made a claim it was at 3C.
That's not what happened.
And then he shifts the burden of proof on NASA Shield to debunk him.
That's not what happened at all.
3C is a shorthand.
And look, notice how Zanick is now not letting me talk. You all suck. You all act like children. You all lack basic impulse control, and you all dog.
Where's the damn paper, Witsit?
Why are you talking again?
It's gonna embarrass.
Where's the damn paper, Witsit?
So Imbo, did you hear the part where Zanick interrupted me and then started claiming he read the paper and he was debunking it? And then I said, no, that's not true. You notice how he's still talking through me again because he's trying to make sure that I can't be heard? Imbo, you must have conveniently, just like this guy gatekeeper down here, you must have conveniently not heard that part. Huh? And all of a sudden I'm shifting the burden on NASA. That didn't happen. I don't know. How long do we have to allow 4 to 5 Globers to intentionally be dishonest?
I feel like the Globers are the biggest Dodger fans out there because they dodge like all of Witsit's questions.
Where's the
all
paper?
The time,
I want to see the paper.
When did I shift the burden? I never even got to respond to NASA to tell him about the paper or to drop it because Zanick jumped in claiming he knew about the paper and knew it was wrong. And so then I challenged Zanick.
Claim, you didn't provide any source for the claim, even though you were asked for it, And then when Zanick disagreed with you, you required him to post his paper, even though you didn't.
No, try and take your crayons out and write this down, Imbo. Zanick jumped in and claimed to have read the paper and that it was wrong and I was misunderstanding it. So then I said, that's not true. That isn't the official explanation. And then I said, wait, what paper are you even talking about? Then he went on to reveal he didn't even have a paper. He was looking at spec sheets. That's what actually happened. No one's shifting the burden of anything. Zanick jumped in to claim to debunk it, that he had read it, he knew what I was talking about, and that I was wrong. I then rebutted him.
There, at least J. Ace posted the correct thing.
And it doesn't mean that you have faster than light communication.
Well, you're about to. Okay, what's it mean?
I don't know. I want
You
you
don't
to post
know.
the paper. I'm looking at the summaries.
Posted.
I'm looking at the summaries, and I ask you for the paper. I don't see the paper yet.
Okay, all right, NASA. Let's be fair right now.
But it's not what you're saying.
Let's be fair right now, NASA. Do you remember when you said superluminal propagation? That doesn't exist. Do you want to take back that statement?
Well, superluminal.
Do you want to concede that statement?
Superluminal communication speeds.
No, you don't. You just want to dig your feet in and not have a good, honest faith conversation.
Oh, because when we say superluminal speeds, what you're talking about is superluminal communication speeds, faster than speed of light. That's not what's happening here.
I even offered to give you guys the official explanation, right?
What is the official explanation?
What it is that you guys have to constantly create this fake illusion that you're more informed than we are, but you're almost always not informed at all. So you're in this really tricky position of having to try to use tactics and censorship to try to claim that you're teaching us when you don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, except that you have a history, Witsit, of taking papers and twisting them to mean the opposite of what they actually mean. You've done this.
It didn't exist.
And what Jace did was drop the alleged rebuttal that happened years ago, right? So he didn't even drop the original paper. Jace tactically released the paper that's supposedly explaining why it isn't actually showing that C is invalid. But the official explanation is that even though the propagation was 3C, that it didn't, because there was a slight distortion before it's received because it's going so fast. There's a slight distortion in the signal. They say that there was no, this is the official explanation, there was no useful information relayed. So it wasn't technically a violation of special relativity.
There you go. Thank you. Unless you have
okay, so you agree with it. I told you, remember when I said they're just going to immediately be a religious zealot and absorb whatever I say?
No. So, group philosophy. How about, so where's the paper? I've asked you for the paper now, what, 10 times? And you say you're going to post it, you never do.
Okay. Yeah, post it. Like, when you make a claim like this, I'm not saying that it has to be automatically.
I'm not saying that I am informed at all, but you have to immediately get on your phone and drop a paper that I can look up because I have to deny everything because of my religion.
No, when you start talking about superluminal velocities, you are required to post,
Imbo, did you miss where the whole room pretended they knew what I was talking about and that I was wrong?
I had no idea what you're talking about because you don't know.
Dude, NASA, shut up.
Because you're blinded by your faith. You're blinded by your faith, NASA.
Faith. It's called facts.
You make
simply the superluminal stuff is simply the speed of the wave.
Yeah.
Of the phase of the wave.
So you made a claim about what the mainstream response is, what the mainstream debunk is, and based on this claim you're now saying that all of the people here who didn't give this particular explanation, they aren't informed because they aren't
give any
even like on the same page as the mainstream explanation. But you haven't even proven that explanation. You only made a claim that this explanation is the mainstream one.
Buddy, they didn't give any explanation. They just said nah.
Yeah, because we're talking about communicating information.
No, shut up. Imbo, address what I just said to you.
They actually gave explanation. The explanation was that the propagation was actually at 2/3 of C. It wasn't
right, and then we found out that wasn't at all what I was talking about, right?
Well, you have
I was shifting the burden of proof, which was a lie. Remember that part?
I'm still waiting. Still waiting for the paper. What's it, please?
And NASA's intentionally trying to save you right now. That's all he's doing.
I'm sorry.
My point is,
do what you got to do, Beast.
You can't just make a claim. You can't just make a claim about what the mainstream position is without any source, and then and then say that all of the people who disagree with you, they don't know what they are talking about because they disagree with the mainstream. You haven't even substantiated your claim in the first place that this is the mainstream position what
You
you're
must have
talking
missed
about.
where the paper was already in the text, my guy.
No, bro, if there was a free C propagation, then this would absolutely violate special relativity.
Oh, there we go. Wait. Did you just need the paper, or did you just religiously and dogmatically dismiss it once you realized that you're completely wrong and I did already provide the paper after you were just repeating the wrong statement? I hadn't provided the paper yet.
Life
So
is
you're
a
also
movie.
just dishonest. You're also just dishonest.
Yeah, 10 seconds ago. Oh my god.
Okay.
Or a minute.
It was actually wasn't 10 seconds ago.
It was while
Untrue.
he was discussing with you.
It was almost
both
3
the
minutes ago.
paper,
It
and
was
now
almost
you
3 minutes
claim,
ago. It
oh,
was
I
almost 3
already
minutes ago.
posted
It was almost 3 minutes ago.
All
Not
right,
10
so
seconds
let's
ago.
2 minutes now.
well, let's just keep it in order. Embo, do you now agree he did post the paper? So do you want to take that back, track that?
Yes, I now agree. I haven't like looked in the Discord while discussing that, so
Right.
I
Do you
thought he
understand
didn't
if I'm
post
on
it.
my phone and I'm having to go Google something and remember the exact name of a paper to find it, that it takes a second? And that when someone's jumping in claiming they have already read it and they're debunking it and they're talking about something that isn't related to the paper at all, that if I don't respond to Zanick, then you guys all pretend I got debunked and start cheering about how wrong I was. So then I have to respond to him. Then you jump in and claim, oh, see, you're shifting the burden of proof. No, I'm not. It's so annoying. There are 4 people on the globe side in this room that have claimed to know I'm wrong about this, and they've never read it. So how is that not the same thing as a religion? That's a serious question. How is that any different from any other religion? Dogmatically dismissing something prior to investigating the evidence because your conclusion can't be questioned or challenged because
Did
it's
you read?
undoubtedly true.
Did
How's
you
that
read
different
what
than a
Jay?
religion?
Did you read what Jay said about that?
I already know. All he did was post the abstract, copy and paste an
Yeah, well, you're
abstract.
posting it. You're pissed. We're all getting information from. None of us were educated formally on this topic. We're all doing research, and I know about these cables, and I've heard about this in the past. Jace actually heard about more, and he's actually presented this in the past. This actual phenomena, and it's not. He says
After
not an
we
explanation
presented
as
it.
an excuse,
After
an
we
explanation
presented
that
it.
how light actually works. It
Dude,
literally has a
I was the
measurable
one that
phase
told
change
Jace about
and
it.
a measurable group velocity. That's not magic. It's a severe.
I was the one
He
that
says
told
you're
Jace
making.
about it.
You're still trying to. This is a severe misrepresentation of the effect in a coaxial cable. That's what he says, and I tend to agree with him. Now you're
You tend
saying
to
it's
agree with him,
something.
even though the first claim you made had nothing to do with
Notice
it at
how
all.
the whole time I'm talking, you're talking over me, and which means you think you have something more important to say than I do, and that's probably always true in
You're
your mind.
lying.
So go ahead. Witsit. You're
You
more
just
important.
admitted that you had never read it. You still haven't read it, and now
I
you're
knew
telling
the
us
high
what you
level
do or do not
basics.
agree with and what is right about it. So only someone that's intentionally being dishonest would ever pretend you're right now. It's obvious you're not right. You haven't even read the paper, right?
I don't
So
need to
it's
read the
literally
paper.
impossible that you could know what you're talking about right now. It's literally impossible. Right? Literally impossible. That's right. So
Did
I
you read
gave
what
you
he
guys
said?
the official explanation of it,
How, how,
which is they
how did
claim
you read the paper?
the
Because
light
it's
does
closed access, so it's not an
What's
open
your
the
access
conclusion?
paper.
Witsit?
the light does get to the receiver 3C. Okay, it's superluminal, and and by the way, it took years before they even offered a rebuttal. Jace conveniently omits that part, and then you guys pretend that we've known about this forever. As soon as it happened, they knew the answer. Duh, this is not confusing at all. Not true. It took years to even offer a rebuttal. And when it was officially published the first time, they're like, this is a major problem for special relativity. And it wasn't rebutted for like 2-3 years. Okay, that's what actually happened. And then the official explanation is although the signal does in fact propagate 3C, it's not useful information. So it doesn't technically violate special relativity because that finite limit on the speed of light is about useful information, which makes no sense just to arbitrarily throw the word useful out there. Is light not information intrinsically? Do we have versions of light that aren't information?
Wait a second. That paper is not talking about light. It's about the electric wave.
Wait. Okay, I'm not going to get into whether or not you have the same interpretation of like all of it being a modality of the same thing as me or not. Is electrical waves not information?
It says no. You were talking about light, but this paper talks about the brief electric pulse, and the paper is behind a paywall. So how did you read it, and can you propagate or post the paper? Because this is just
Get
a
out of here.
5-line abstract.
All I did was find the actual paper, look it up. I obviously found it some way. Are you incapable of doing any research on your own?
I posted
I
the
do. I'm just
PDF.
asking, like, how did you read it?
And I'm
What
asking,
was
are you
it?
capable of doing any research on your own?
I said yes, and I ask you,
Okay,
how
cool.
did
So
you
I
get
went
it?
and
Do
found the
you
title
have
of the
an
paper, right?
Do you have an access, like an open access to this paper, or because you just posted basically the shop where you could buy it? And it was again talking about electric pulse, not about light, but you are referring to light.
No, dude, it's the same point.
Yes.
Is my question?
Not no.
Dude,
Yes, you were talking about light
Okay,
moving
I am
quicker
starting
than
to
the
get
speed
mad
of
because these
light, but this
people that are
paper
all
talked about
they're all
electric
you know
pulses.
why are you talking right now, dude?
Because
Why
you're
the
not
fuck
addressing the
are you
point that I was
talking?
asking to
You
you.
made a point. I go to respond and you just talk right through me. Zanick does it. This dude does it. Imbo does it. All the Globers do it.
You were
And then
doing
we'll
it
wait
to
a
me
few
while I
minutes.
was
And if
speaking.
I
What
get
are you
upset
talking
about it,
about?
like right now, Gatebreaker will jump in and be like, why are we talking about people, not things? Probably because the retarded people on the other side that have no respect for basic conversation keep interrupting me. That's probably why, huh, Gatekeeper? And now that I'm finally pissed after you guys have done it for 30 straight minutes, now I'm the bad guy. Oh man, Austin's mad. Yeah, no, duh. Because you have no idea what you're talking about. You've never read the paper. You're not familiar with it. And instead of researching it, you're pretending you do know about it. You're all pestering me to immediately get the paper while also simultaneously pestering me to answer your questions 4v1, interrupting me every time I speak. And then
So
whenever
what
you all
is it?
get dunked on with your stupid comments because you don't know what you're talking about, then it's like you didn't even drop the paper. Then I drop
This
the
is
paper.
in.
Oh, this is just the abstract. Where's the real paper? You
Could
haven't
you
actually read it.
maybe
And then
stop
shut
monologuing
up,
and
You
dude.
don't
Shut up,
stop
dude.
address
talking,
the
Shut
Witsit.
up,
You're
dude.
point?
telling
Shut
me.
up, dude. Shut up, dude. And then this guy's like, you obviously don't understand the paper. You're talking about light. Yeah, because I was actually making a different point. You don't even get it because you're not listening to the point, which is, hey,
Are they
answer my
ever going to concede
question.
to any of the points?
Not never, bro.
They
Is
don't
there
concede
any
to
way?
anything.
So you
We
ever
went
gonna
over
stop
space. We
talking?
went over time. Now we're in light. You guys make no concession to anything factual based that you can't refute. You just get quiet, all of you.
Here, I'll ask something. Witsit, what is phase velocity versus group velocity? What does that mean to you?
No,
Because
you
you
don't
do
even know.
understand that. I would
You
like to
just
hear the
read.
answer, and you
You
can
don't even
show us
know.
that you do understand what you're talking about. Because right now, you don't really seem to me that you do understand what you're talking about.
Oh, so the fact that I've been incessantly interrupted shows that I don't know what I'm talking about. That's your argument?
That wasn't my argument at all.
Oh, so have
Can
I
you
been
give
interrupted every time I try to make the point or
when
talk
I
about this?
brought
Yes or
that
no?
up, I finally got in. You talked all over me because you didn't like what I was saying. Witsit, do you not? You have this is your blind spot. Seriously, you talked
Zanick,
all
you're
over me,
eating and
and I
talking at
kept
the
on
same
talking.
time, Zanick.
My question to you is,
Finish
no,
your
I was
burger.
talking.
This
I
is definite
when I
gaslighting.
brought it up, when I brought it
Here
up,
he is
Definite
going to ask about
gaslighting,
single
Zanick.
velocity and
like
group
you're doing it
velocity
now.
again,
Can
even
you
though he
tell us the
interrupted
difference
me.
between
Okay, I'm going to mute him.
phase
I'm going to
and
disengage and I'm going to start muting people. So he asked the question. I go to answer. He interrupts me to repeat the question, claiming I didn't answer it. So he stops me from talking so that he can repeat his question and pretend I didn't answer it. That's what you all do. Just use tactics, all dishonestly. So you only know the supposed rebuttal of phase velocity, right, versus group velocity because you read what JA copy and pasted and then tried to Google the differential fast and try to get a gotcha claiming I don't know the difference. It's self-defined. The difference is self-defined. Right? Phase velocity is about individual single waves. Group velocity is about a packet of waves. That has nothing to do with the rebuttal to this, though. Okay, so that gotcha wasn't going to work. That's why you had to censor me and not let me speak so you could pretend I didn't know. Everything that's been said so far has been a tactic. The official explanation is that it wasn't useful information that went faster than C. That is a stupid rebuttal. Any type of electrical wave or light is intrinsically information, even within your paradigm. Adding the word useful arbitrarily is just a get out of jail card because nothing is supposed to go faster than Z. So you have to move the goalpost and say, well, no, it
And you
just meant
understand it.
information, and this isn't technically useful information, I
Dude, you've been
swear.
going on for 10 minutes. You don't want to take a breath.
That wasn't even 1 minute.
Let other people. It's been over. Let people interject while we're talking, like communication, like adults. So what they say is that any of these laws of special relativity and general relativity are not broken through this phenomenon. This phenomenon involving the group and the group velocity and the phase velocity of these waves. You're saying it does break the laws, and they're just figuring this out now. And now they're scrambling because now the laws have to be rewritten because they found this exception. But it's a very
That's not what I
conditional
said.
exception.
I didn't say any of that.
I'm kind of interpreting what you're saying to be that. So
No,
if
you're twisting what I'm saying.
No. If you want to restate it so that I can become clear on what you're thinking or saying, that'd be great. Go ahead.
I don't need to restate anything. What I said is exactly what my point still is, which
Are
is
the
that they
laws
just.
being broken?
Are you kidding me right now? They just
No, I'm not kidding
arbitrarily
you.
claim that it's not useful information. So they're admitting that the electrical wave does actually get to the receiver at a velocity rate of 3c. So when everyone in this room claimed that's impossible, they were wrong. They're claiming it doesn't violate special relativity, although it does go faster than c, because it isn't useful information. So you were all wrong.
And so is relativity if we went 3 times faster than c. So it looks like you guys need to go back to the drawing boards, put on your big boy pants, and maybe not be so faithful anymore.
You still don't understand it.
And watch. What's so funny is Jace. What he said, I don't understand it. He's desperately relying on Jace here. But unfortunately, Jace's last response just confirms what I'm saying. So we'll just read it. I also stated how the actual limit applies to causality and not really light itself. But yes, phase velocity is the part of light that contains information, which is the part that is limited according to relativity. So exactly what I said, their official explanation is what it really is, huh? And when the whole room claimed it couldn't go faster,
this part.
and when the
You're
whole
just
room
incorrect,
claimed,
bro.
well, you
The
notice how
speed
he's
waves
interrupting
move
again. You notice
up
he's
and
interrupting again. You notice how he interrupted again.
Because you're just
So
don't
when
stop talking.
What? I read one sentence of his and then went to speak. No, you tactically tried to.
Finish the paragraph. 2 sentences.
The fact he gives his subjective opinion about how I'm wrong means nothing.
Why? Why are you wrong?
He just put it there that I already told. I'm not wrong about anything because I've properly stated.
Hopefully that's
Dude,
recorded.
I cannot stand this guy, bro. It's just he's allowed to this is just like Jim Panda's room. Can someone tell me what the difference in this and Jim Panda's room is? Because if Zanick is just going to step all over me when he knows he's you know you're
All right,
wrong.
I'm gonna moderate.
You admittedly are ignorant of the subject. You didn't even know the paper existed 5 minutes ago. Nor did this news guy, nor did Imbo, nor did NASA. I know Jace did. I'm the one that first brought it up around him. I literally introduced Jace to this years ago. Xana's coming in as if he's like, oh, Jace is the one that brought this up and knows all about it. You're just catching up. No, I brought 3C propagation in this paper up 4 years ago in this room, and Jace was there.
He didn't even know about it then.
I don't remember if he claimed he knew. I don't remember if he claimed he knew about it or not at that time. The point is that I talked to Jace about it years ago. For you to step in and pretend like, oh, I just now figured it out and Jace already knows and he's schooling you, is so goofy. I said the official information rebuttal. Okay, they're claiming that it isn't technically information. So when the whole room said, no, there's no way the propagation went faster than c, that's impossible, it would violate special relativity, you need to correct your belief system because that's not correct. Okay, they acknowledge the propagation. They acknowledge the propagation did go faster than. No, I'm almost done. They acknowledge the propagation did go faster than c. So when you claimed it was actually just 66% of c and it wasn't actually more than c, you were completely wrong and have no idea what you were talking about.
That's how fast those cables actually allow you to communicate. But now here's the question to you, and I think
they use photonic crystals.
Can I? Yeah, but here let me just paraphrase what Jace was saying, because this is what I'm concerned with. When you look at this information, you start thinking you got it and you know more than these other people. He said, and you lift this part out, the speed that the waves in the group propagate up and down are not limited by relativity. So there's a propagation up and down as it's moving through the cable. It's like a dithering, I think, effect. This has
where do you say that in relativity?
Hold on. See, now you're doing it. Just stop. Bite your tongue. It has nothing to do with the part of the relativity that actually might
causality.
be the limits here. Causality. The limits here. So Yeah, so we're talking about what happens to this wave propagation up and down as it's progressing. Maybe this vibration or something that these waves have, as might be a good analogy. That's moving fast 3 times the speed of light, but not communicating from point A to point B. That's never happened before. Now, if you can find your paper where it does, I'd love to see it. But I'm talking from just someone's been in that industry that has never seen, never heard of these kind of rumors, even in the industry, that this happens 4 years ago. But you found something here, good for you, and you read it. I just think you came to the wrong conclusion of what's really actually happening.
Okay, so you're completely ignorant, don't understand it at all. Didn't even know what the word causality was when you were trying to read this off, but you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong. Okay, sounds good. So the reality of the situation is like Jace is saying, right? No, the special relativity doesn't apply to light itself. It's just causality. Light can go faster than C. So then now everyone in the room is now going to admit they were completely wrong, and that in your own paradigm, light can go faster than C. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, so
the
Jace
waves
is wrong.
propagate
that's
up
crazy
and
that Jace would
down
even say that.
are not limited by relativity.
So Jace is wrong. So I'll read Jace because you're saying he's wrong, even though you just read him.
I didn't say he's wrong. I'm actually
well, he
repeating what
says
he
right
said.
here. He says science. You're straw manning that science says light can't have x whatever velocity. That's not what science says.
Science says light cannot travel faster than light speed in vacuum.
Right.
And
So you're saying
true.
Jace is wrong. So you're saying Jace is wrong.
Jace says it propagates up and down. Are not
science doesn't claim that this limit applies.
frequency.
You don't understand what
Science doesn't claim that this limit applies to light at all. That's what he just said in the chat. Okay, so Jace is wrong.
This experiment is not just pulse, a single pulse. It's a frequency applied.
Try to stop avoiding what I'm saying.
This frequency has a theoretical mathematical center, and that center moves faster than the speed of light. It's not the wave moves faster, it's the propagation of the wave center, like the peak that moves faster.
Up and down. There's a difference.
No, the receiver receives a signal at faster than 3C, fast that it was as though it didn't exit. No, you don't understand. If you both interrupt me again, I'm just going to get pissed off and I'm going to leave. And then you can pretend you won when you're all retarded and haven't even read it and know nothing about it. And then people can pretend you know what you're talking about. You're invoking Jace when he's sitting here saying science doesn't claim that this limit applies to light at all, and that it actually applies to causality. It applies to causality.
It sounds like they're trying to talk about transverse versus longitudinal wave propagation.
Now we're talking. Thank you.
One's going to be faster than the other, right? One has no loss, non-lossy. There's literally no lag. Do you guys have any examples of which one that is, Zanick? Can you give me an example of transverse versus longitudinal wave propagation in reality, Zanick, other than just pseudo theory?
I wouldn't bet my life on it, but I don't think, Witsit, they're talking about some communication over some coax cable. They're talking about the propagation of this waveform up and down. So as was just mentioned
earlier,
wrong.
You're wrong.
Jace even made a comment. Says, what does he say? He says,
he didn't say that.
Janet is exactly correct. Jace said that.
Dude, well, then he's wrong. He doesn't even understand the big.
Everyone's wrong but you. Do you know how arrogant you sound? You see?
Wait. Yeah, everyone's wrong because you all just said there was no 3C at all.
There is.
Yeah, you're objectively wrong.
Light
okay,
moving,
dude, I can't do this with this guy. It's like, why do you do that? Can you name one person that consistently goes back and forth? Dude. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. Can you name?
What if someone streams it and we work together and figure it out?
No, dude, just real quick. The thing about Zanick. Sorry, let me just say this real quick. I'm driving, but so, dude, if you have, I know, sorry, it'd take like 20 seconds. If you have like a boyfriend or a girlfriend, like a romantic partner or a wife or a husband, and if you're like sober, and then they're like an alcoholic, that is definitely going to affect your life. You know what I mean? Like I was just thinking about this while I'm saying this. There's no way that could not affect your life. Like if you're just sober, happy, all good, and your partner is a raging alcoholic, that is probably going to affect your life a lot. And I'm sorry, Zanick, to make this correlation, but like Zanick just doesn't seem able to have these conversations in a way that is You know what I mean? So Witsit, I hear you're upset. The only answer is just don't engage with Zanick, I guess, because it's like he cannot change, or he needs. I'm sorry, but there's something going on. I'm not trying to say he's an alcoholic or whatever, but he doesn't seem able to do it. You know what I'm saying? To actually go back and forth. So.
Well, Gio, I know I have my moments.
It's hard to ignore him when he's the only one jumping over him every time, though.
Can I have a word with Jay real quick? So you guys are doing it to me right now. Gio, I thank you, and I will try. I'm always going to say I'm going to try because I do. But you must not have heard when I first brought this up. He immediately, when he didn't like what I heard, did exactly what he's claiming I do to him, and he was walking all. I kept on saying, "I'm going to keep on finishing my point until I'm done," and you were talking over me the whole entire time. Now,
No,
both
what?
are
No.
doing it. Everybody seems to be doing it a little bit.
No.
Some more than others.
What
But
happens?
you're doing it right now too, because you got to get
What
in.
actually-
when people do
oh
it
my
to you,
God,
you notice.
dude.
Every single time you notice when somebody does it to you, but you never notice when you do it to somebody else. Why is that?
And what actually happens is eventually you have to interrupt to even get to speak. What happens when you engage with people like this is either you just let them bully you off the mic, or you have to actually start to interrupt them back. And then they do this thing where they interrupt you 3 seconds in and just take it over, no matter how long they went uninterrupted and you didn't interrupt them. As soon as you go to respond, they interrupt you again. And then you have to try to take it back from them. They're like, let me finish. Why are you interrupting me? What, you just interrupted and took the mic from me. This is what they do. And everyone can go back and listen to the recording. It happened every time. The only time I started interrupting was after I literally can't speak unless I do that. Okay. And first it started with NASA and Zanick at the same time. And you can laugh all you want to. There's not one human in this Discord that regularly interacts with you about any subject of physics that doesn't have the same experience. Now I can list off dozens of people that, if they were honest, would admit I tried to always let them finish their
Let me know when you're done.
So see what you're doing. Like even right now, you have to. This idea is very simple. The propagation was 3C. They say that it wasn't violative of special relativity because what exceeded C wasn't information. Then they make a distinction between the velocity types. And then another paper, he says that it doesn't ever say useful. Another paper literally says useful. There are multiple attempts to try to rebut this. The other one says useful information. And if you're talking about any electrical wave, you're talking about any form of light. If the propagation, no matter what type, what direction, what it's doing, if its movement is faster than C, then that would not work if there was an absolute universal speed limit to the universe, right? So you have to shift your understanding. This whole room jumped in and said there's nothing that can go faster than C. You can no longer claim that. You need to claim there are certain velocity forms of light that don't violate special relativity because it isn't classified as information. And I reject that claim. It's an ad hoc, made up claim to get out of jail of the fact that propagation does go faster than C.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
just
now
wanted to
Zanick,
say
that's your
something,
time.
Oh.
I'm just saying. If Zanick was going to respond, that's how you wait till they're finished, and then Zanick could go. I mean, a minute ago, Zanick just went for full-blown ad hoc mode, too. And Witsit, I do hear you, like, if they interrupt you a lot, then you feel like, because you were interrupting them, but it was already after, like, they were all interrupting you, and then the points, it just gets wild, so.
Well, I mean, I guess it all depends when you kind of tune in, but I was pretty aware of it when I joined in, and it seemed like every time I started talking, if it wasn't something they liked, they would jump all over me. And Witsit was no different than anyone else. And yeah, I do it back. I'm sure I did. I'm not really aware of it because we get excited, we start hearing things that are like the wrong information or they misrepresent what you said, so we want to jump back in, and then we continue to talk, and then we tell them to stop talking over us, and it becomes a shit show. So I'm going to try. I mean, I would say this, but who knows if I've gotten better or not?
Well, there's also a fine line between like interjections that if you guys agree to let each other interject and it didn't feel like an interruption.
Yeah, I like that.
Some of these points are really quick and there's a lot of like side angles, or you have it to where you don't interrupt at all and then you have to wait a little bit longer for each person. So you either like agree to have the interjections if the other, to where just to clarify points and to really dig in if you guys can flow that way. If not, then you have to totally let the other person speak. And it wavers in between. If that's not defined, it can waver in between. But this is going to meta. I think Daiso was going to... You were going to respond to what's his point. He just laid it out. Or Daiso was going to... I mean, or if you want to say one on the meta, let's not start the meta.
Yeah, let's let Zanick go, because they've been going at it. So, Zanick, if you want to respond to...
Well, I have no problem with people interjecting a quick, You're wrong, or I didn't say that. I can respond if it's just like a quick couple words, and I do the same thing. I don't mean to interrupt at that point. I think it's important during having a back and forth that somebody just goes on and on and on, because like what happens, as we all know, we'll forget about the point and we won't be able to address it when it's end because the thing went on so long and it covers so many different bases. And I've done that too, by the way, so I understand the complaint there. So go ahead, Dyson.
Well,
Sorry.
are you? I mean, are you at least willing to concede to Witsit's example of things being faster than C?
It's faster in C in the same way as that if you sent up a theoretical spaceship at 1C in one direction and 1C in the other direction, the two spaceships would be moving apart from each other at greater than 1C, but neither of them are violating the speed of light,
No.
the limit of C rule.
That's a good analogy.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with theoretical. The other guy said it was a mathematical point in the center of the wave. No, it's not. It's
I
a literal
posted a
physical.
GIF that shows
Yes,
what's
it is.
happening.
It's a literal physical phenomena, and this is why even Jace here says it's because the globers are not representing correctly what the constant speed of light in special relativity actually refers to. It's the phase velocity of the signal that has a limit, and really relativistically, the limit only actually applies to causality. The thing limited by C is the speed of causality, the speed at which one event can cause another. That's what really has a limited speed placed on it according to relativity. So, yeah, and Jace is actually more accurately representing the position, and this is why even W.G. Rossier, who is a relativity expert, world-renowned expert in relativity, explains that actually both light and matter can exceed the speed of light in the presence of strong enough gravitational fields. It's a total misnomer. You guys all repeat the misnomer. Now we have physical evidence showing that misnomer is incorrect, and you guys just dogmatically reject it.
So
Witsit,
this
can you look at the
paper
GIF? Can
does
you look at
not
the GIF that I
show that
posted?
anything moves faster than the speed of light except of the center of that wave. The wave front did not exceed the speed of light.
Yeah, look
No,
at the
you
GIF
put
that I
that it's just a
posted. It shows you
mathematical point.
what
It
is
has nothing
being
to do with a
observed here.
mathematical point. I can't, dude. Oh my god, the guy just made a point specific. Why would you think it's a good idea to make another point where I don't get to
Because
It
respond?
he does
hasn't.
this
I've
all
been
the
trying to
time.
say it for the last 90 seconds.
If that's not true, but if that guy makes a point to me, why is it a good time to then
Hold
make
on,
another
hold
point?
on with it. Jake, can you write your question down or your point down, please? Just write it down so you don't forget and you don't feel
Well, no,
compelled to interrupt.
Jake does this all the time in any conversation. He does it tactically so that it can serve as though that is an unrebutted refutation of my position, and then he can tag on another point. He
We
does it
love
on
you,
purpose.
Jake.
So the part I corrected about what you typed, Snooze, is that you said it was just a mathematical point. It was just a point represented mathematically. Incorrect. It's the physical phenomena of the wave. In reality, a physical detection was made.
Yes, it's the peak of the wave. So there is a wave peak, basically the amplitude of that wave, which means the point where the energy amount is biggest in that wave pattern. So if you basically look to a wave from this side, you have the amplitude, the up-down motion, you could say, which is on an electrical wave, it's basically the energy level. And that energy level moved faster than the speed of light. Not the propagation of the electrons or the signal itself, just basically a piling up of energy moved faster. And that is just a mathematical situation because it's not the wave front. It's not any information. It's not any light or any electrons moving faster.
There's no wave component. I don't
If
know
you
if you
have a
knew that.
wave through water, wait a second. If you have a wave through water, the water does not move with the speed of the wave. It's just the pushing of the water to the other particles that moves faster. Same
Yeah, you're talking a
with
lot.
sound.
Snooze.
Speed of sound is sound. It's not the wind, and that's the difference.
Yeah, it's a vibrational disturbance of the medium, but you do realize, Snooze, that there's a difference between transverse and longitudinal wave propagation. One actually doesn't contain a wave phenomena. You do realize that, right? You ever heard of instantaneous action at a distance, Snooze?
I heard it only in the concept of entanglement.
Well, yeah, this is the problem, dude, is because you're perceiving reality through the lens of materialists. You don't know that there's actually been another postulation aside from quantum relativity called the ether. This is the issue. This is precisely the issue. You're perceiving things through a false lens. It's not your fault. It's just what you've been indoctrinated with. However, even your own dogma states these facts. There's a distinct difference between the two.
So wait up, even his whole explanation is completely wrong. That isn't the official explanation whatsoever. It isn't just about amplitude. He's completely wrong. So did you even read the paper? I mean, I'll read it.
Yes,
I'll read it. Okay.
already.
Well, what you just said is objectively
I
wrong, and it's
actually,
debunked. It's
compared to
debunked in
you,
the
I
first. It's
actually
debunked in the
posted the
first page.
link to the
It's
actual
debunked in the
paper in
first
the
page.
chat.
Stop interrupting me every time I speak. It's debunked in the first page. What you just said is debunked
No.
in the first page. Okay, I'll read it then. Anomalous dispersion is known to allow group velocities for electromagnetic waves that exceed speed, the speed of light in free space. Such superluminal effects have been demonstrated in a number of optical experiments involving the tunneling of wave packets through resonant media and optical barriers. Important experiments have been carried out in the microwave spectral region. Recently, special types of interfering Bessel beams were found to propagate at speeds slightly greater than c. A great deal of interest was generated in the scientific community over those results. That's weird because this room knew it was nothing before they even looked at it. As light was shed over the much debated question of quantum and optical tunneling times. So far, however, superluminal effects have been either relatively modest in magnitude or limited to short range. In this letter, we report highly superluminal pulse propagation over distances much larger than ever observed before in a simple wire-like structure, a coaxial line with periodic impedance, or coaxial photonic crystal. Coaxial photonic crystals were recently introduced as macroscopic models for optical photonic crystals, to which they constitute an attractive alternative because of their macroscopic dimensions and added flexibility. The phase and amplitude of the electrical field can be measured anywhere inside and outside the structure. Although they are limited to one dimension and void of polarization effects, their properties are also described by Maxwell's equation, and some linear and nonlinear properties similar to those encountered in optical PCs have been reported. The most notable feature of coaxial PCs is the existence of a forbidden gap of transmission at relatively low frequencies. In the optical case, stopped bands are the result of reflections caused by an abrupt variation in the refractive index. In coaxial lines, they originate from an impedance mismatch. When the electrical signal traverses an impedance boundary, it experiences a phase shift and a partial reflection that are calculated from the generalized optical Fresnel coefficients of reflection R and transmission T, namely, shows the variables are the impedance of the incident and transmitted media. Thus, a periodic variation in the impedance of a medium can produce destructive interference for some wavelengths. As a result, the phase accumulated through the crystal changes rapidly with frequency, especially near the band gap, and anomalous dispersion and superluminal group velocity may occur.
Yeah. So due to the frequencies that build up in that wire, basically, you get a wave. What is it again? Sorry.
No, it's a mismatch impedance based on the photonic crystal. Nothing to do with amplitude in the wire. So
Definitely, and you explicitly read it and read it again, that it's about the phase and the amplitude.
You said
And
it was just
wait a
about the
second.
amplitude. You said it was just about the amplitude in the wire, and they were literally talking about phase and amplitude, i.e., the group velocity relative to the refractive coefficient and the mismatched impedance in the photonic crystal. You're wrong. You're objectively wrong.
So it's a destructive interference for some wavelengths. So it's an interference pattern that creates this traveling of this higher wave. I have issues translating it to English now. What I was thinking, but it's not the wave front that is propagating. It's based on the frequency and the frequency and the waves that's creating the harmonics in this wire.
It's the interference pattern due to
Yes,
the
the
mismatch
interference
impedance of
pattern
the
is
photonic
moving quicker.
crystal
It's not
in
the
this
signal
letter.
that
You
moves quicker.
immediately started interrupting, dude. You all do the same thing. And by
No,
the way,
you're
the
contradicting
reason that people
yourself.
do this, the reason that people do this is because they can't debate. And they need to stop the other person's point from being heard. There is no other logical reason to do it. I didn't interrupt you at all. In this letter, we report highly superluminal pulse propagation over distances much larger than ever observed before in a simple wire-like structure. So it is the greatest distance ever observed. It absolutely is about signal propagation. And the way that we're reading it is through the mismatched impedance of the photonic crystal. And it shows that basically the signal is received at the detector physically, nothing to do with an arbitrary mathematical point in a wave amplitude. Totally wrong. You just made. Maybe it's mistranslation. Okay. Totally wrong. Nothing to do with what's going on. They claim that basically, due to the mismatched impedance of the photonic crystal, that you're only making the measurement in group velocities. So not a single velocity, not a single wave velocity. That group velocity, this is their official stillman, that the group velocity can actually go faster because causality only applies to the single wave, not the group velocity, right? And that therefore it doesn't really count as information. And in very simple terms, when there's a physical detection, right, of the signal, it's like faster. It's like as soon as it sends it out, it's there, right? And as soon as it sends it out, it's there. It's back to the detector. And they claim that there's a distortion that takes place as it runs through this photonic crystal, for example. And they claim that distortion renders the final output of the signal not information because it disperses it, causing destructive interference due to the impedance of the crystal, and that isn't information.
So it says here explicitly, a periodic variation in the impedance of the medium can produce destructive interference for some wavelengths. So can you do you want to explain the people? Wait a second. Do you want to explain to people what it meant with the periodic variation in the impedance of the medium?
I just explained it.
Now, can you explain it for all of us that are listening?
Yeah, we have a crystal, and then the electrical signal is going to go through the crystal. The crystal is going to impede the signal as it goes through it relative to the refractive index. It's going to cause an impedance of the signal. There's going to be a variability within that. There's going to be an impedance within that crystal. The signal actually ends up being registered as superluminal.
No, wait a second. I'm talking about the medium. You're now going on. What is the periodic
You can't even
change
admit you
of
were wrong about
impedance of
everything.
the medium?
You're so dishonest.
Can you explain the periodic variation in the impedance of the medium?
Well, how is
I
that
just
relative
did.
to the point at hand? You're just
No.
looking for an I got you
Explain it for normal people. What is
I
the
just did.
periodic variation in the impedance of the medium? No, you just
I
did
just
word salad.
did.
You just did word salad. Can you explain
I
what
didn't
they
just do
mean with the
word salad.
periodic variation in the impedance of the medium?
Okay, so what he's
Well,
now
this is
doing,
turning very
because he
dishonest.
got
I wouldn't even
because
engage.
he got absolutely destroyed. His entire claim was completely wrong. He had
So
no
you
idea what he
can't
was
answer
talking
that, or
about.
what?
Stop interrupting me. I already did answer it. Can you still man my answer? What
No,
was my
you did
answer?
not.
What was my
You did
answer?
literally not answer my question. What is the periodic variation in the impedance of the medium?
I already
You
answered it. What was
just
my
word
answer?
salad it.
Oh, I just word salad? You want to bet $1,000?
Go ahead.
Do you want to
Explain
bet
what the
$1,000?
periodic change in impedance is.
Oh, but if you know what I said was word salad, then you know what I said, right? So what did I say?
Word salad. Can you explain
So
it? What is the periodic change in impedance?
So what
Okay,
actually
can
happened?
anyone
I already did. I already did.
what Witsit said? If he explained it, can anyone steelman what he said, what the periodic change in impedance is?
Yeah, I already explained it. I said it's just based on
No,
the
no, no.
signal
I
being
didn't ask
impeded by the
you.
crystal.
Witsit, I didn't ask you. I asked the audience if anyone did understand what you said.
First of all, you realize even if it wasn't word salad, if someone didn't follow it, that doesn't make it word salad. Are you aware of
No
that?
one did follow you because you were just talking nonsense.
Cool. So you'll
Well,
bet
that's
$1,000
kind
what
of
I
the
said
issue.
wasn't nonsense, then, right?
That's the issue, is because he's summing it up to be nonsensical word salad, which in part he's admitting that he doesn't understand the verbiage and terminology being used. If you were good faith, you would admit that and you would ask for clarification, right, on the terms instead of just chalking it up and assuming it to be word salad. I mean, that's not
Okay,
good faith, bro.
Dice Law, can you explain what Witsit just said?
Dude, I
Can you
already
explain what I
explained.
just said?
Dude, Dude, I explained it in
You
such
understand what
simple
I just
terms. I'll
said?
do it again. I'll do it again. But this is all just a tactic to avoid the fact that he claimed it was just a mathematical point in the amplitude and had nothing to do with it traveling. And he's completely wrong, has no idea what he's talking about at all. So now he's just like, oh yeah, can you explain what this random phrase means? Hopefully he won't know, so I can pretend I'm debunking him to move the attention away from the fact that I had no idea what I was talking about. I already answered this question. It's very simple. I put it in very simple terms. It's just the electrical signal and how it interacts with the medium, specifically the photonic crystal. The signal goes through that crystal. It's impeded by that crystal. Then so how simple can I possibly make this for you? It bounces around. It bounces around a bunch of different ways. And when it starts to bounce around with that crystal, it intersects and interacts with itself. This is when you get destructive interference. The signal goes into the crystal. It then is dispersed and bounces around in a bunch of directions within that medium. And then it intersects and interacts with itself, causing destructive interference. It bounces around inside the crystal at different frequencies. Sometimes the pulse peak will jump forward. Sometimes it'll jump behind it. It'll all intersect. And this gives us a periodic variation.
There's an
So
even bigger issue.
you're not even capable of explaining what impedance is, Witsit.
Oh, come
You
on.
moved the
You have
goalpost
to, bro.
again.
That's a Googleable
No,
term.
no, no. It is the question is, why is there a periodic, or what do they mean with a periodic change of impedance in the medium? And you're incapable of explaining that without just using the words that they used in the sentence, mixing them up and making nonsense out of it.
Dude, and you've been totally exposed in front of everyone, so I'm glad that this
Okay.
got to happen. I already knew you were super dishonest, but it's fine. So, first, your question didn't even have the word impedance in it.
I
then
definitely
explained
had
it.
the word
I'm going to
impedance.
mute you.
I
Shut
asked
up.
you,
Why are you
what is
talking?
the
Why are you
periodic
talking? Why are you
change
talking?
of
Why are you talking?
impedance
Why are
in
you
the
talking? Why are
medium?
you talking? Why are you talking right
Because
now?
you just claimed
Oh,
that
because
I
you're
lied.
allowed to
Hold
interrupt.
on,
I
hold on.
forgot.
I'm
This
gonna
is Jim's room,
moderate.
basically.
I'm gonna moderate. Snooze, please. Just relax. Let's all settle down, dude. Doesn't need to get this. We don't need to get that worked up.
Yeah,
I
Snooze is
literally
desperate. It's
asked,
not your turn to
what
talk,
is
dude. Why
a
are you talking?
periodic variation in the
Dude,
impedance of
yeah,
the
I'm
medium?
glad
That
that
was
you're
Bro,
just
my
a
question.
totally
And now you
dishonest
claim that I
loser,
did not
dude.
ask about impedance.
You're a
Bro, he
dishonest
just
person, dude.
modded and to give Witsit
well,
space to
I
talk, and
mean,
you fucking go again, man. Come
I,
on.
I, I
This
did
is
try
very
to
hard
warn
to listen
you,
to.
Witsit, about the bad faith nature of what's going on here. About even further engaging with it, right?
But
Because
we
if
need to
he's not
mod the
willing to
room, though,
concede,
right? Like there has to be a standard in the room because what they've clearly shown is they could care less about the rules of the room, right? They're going to do whatever they want. Snooze thinks he can do whatever he wants right now. Every time that he's getting embarrassed right now because he's showing he doesn't know what he's doing, he's like, I just won't let him talk, and I'll just insult
Go
him
ahead.
personally a few times.
Witsit, he's muted.
oh,
Go
he's
ahead.
muted.
You have
Yeah,
all the
he's
time
muted.
you
Leave
need.
him alone.
Go ahead.
I not only answered his question and explained it properly the first time, I then did it in even simpler terms the second time. He then moved the goalpost, and this was all a deflection away from the fact he was completely wrong, claiming it was just about amplitude when it's actually about group velocity. He just doesn't understand the difference in those things. And I explained the difference in those things. I explained you have single wave velocity, you have group velocity, more than one wave. That's all it means. Okay. I explained that they're claiming that with group wave velocity, they don't classify that as information. So if that group wave velocity, due to the interference pattern, is registered as being faster than c, they're like, well, that's not technically information. Causality doesn't apply to the group wave, only the single wave. Nothing to do with the magnitude, the hump in the wave moving up and down faster than c has nothing to do with that at all. It's about an actual propagation over the longest distance ever attained through a photonic crystal. The electrical wave goes through the crystal, splits it up and scatters it, basically. It goes in a bunch of different directions. It begins to intersect with itself. The flow of the electrical wave is impeded. That's what impedance is. It's opposition to the flow of, in this case, the electrical wave, right? And that's measured in ohms. And we have impedance of free space, which is 377 ohms. It just means the resistance or opposition to flow. The opposition to flow relative to the medium, right? The electrical wave goes into that crystal, and there's an opposition to that electrical flow that causes it to basically scatter around and bounce around in different directions. It then intersects with itself within that crystal, right? So we have impedance patterns relative to the refractive index of the crystal. This is shown to give us a destructive interference pattern. When we measure the rate at which that occurs and the detector receives the signal that was sent from it, it's faster than the speed of light. The official mainstream rebuttal is, well, when it gets scattered like that, now we're just looking at group wave velocity, and that doesn't count as information and doesn't violate relativity's principles. Which is a stupid get
I
out
mean,
of
the
jail
fact you're
ad
even
hoc.
entertaining their ideas about it all, dude, is like, I think you're being pretty humble and generous. Because I mean,
Yeah, I'm
that's
being
just
charitable
completely
because I just
illogical, dude. Oh, you're being very charitable.
Let Snooze answer now. In all fairness.
So on my question, what do they mean with periodical change in impedance of the medium? You could just say, for example, that cable is made out of different impedance segments. So, and impedance or impedance is the resistance depending on frequency. So, because you have different resistance over that cable, like you have a 50 ohm and a 75 ohm and a 50 ohm and 75 ohm segment, you get reflections on the areas where the impedance changes. And depending on the frequency that you set on that cable, you get an interference pattern. So a standing wave. If you get the right frequency, you have a standing wave there. If you change the frequency, on top of that standing wave, you have an interference wave. And that interference wave is traveling faster than the speed of light, which means you cannot send a single pulse into that cable and that single pulse transmits or travels faster than the speed of light. You have to apply a frequency on that cable, and that frequency has to match the interference pattern or the interference frequency of these alternating changing resistance over that cable, which means that you have an interference pattern, so a frequency that is on top of that frequency caused by reflections and these band gaps on the change of impedance, and that interference pattern is moving quicker than the speed of light, which is just the amplitude of something, because a frequency is a change in amplitude. And because this change in amplitude on top of another change of amplitude can give you a higher spike, and that is the amplitude. And that
it
amplitude
isn't
spike
just
is
amplitude. I just
traveling
read it.
faster. That is what frequencies do.
No, I just read it wasn't
Yes.
just amplitude. I just read it specifically.
It was
It's
like the first
phase
sentence.
and amplitude. And what the way he's
Because it's
describing
phase
it
and
is
amplitude,
the way
because
he's
you have
describing
different
it is
frequencies. Two different frequencies means two different phases. But because you have two different phases, because you have different frequencies, you get an amplitude
okay. You let me
increasement
know. I just let you go the
where
whole time
two
and you
hills
interrupted me
are
again,
meeting each
dude. Like, how
other.
is this?
Where two hills are meeting each other, there you get a higher amplitude, and that higher amplitude is propagating quicker than the speed of light.
I interrupted you for the 5th time. You notice how I let you finish, and the second I started talking, you interrupted me again? Did you notice that? You're going to do it again. You can't
Yeah,
help
I
yourself.
noticed, because you again claimed that I was wrong while I was right.
No, you aren't right. So don't interrupt me. Okay, so notice how I specifically invoked a photonic crystal. He thought he'd get some gotchas about I didn't understand what impedance was and all this. And then he acted like he was correcting me because he knows the room wouldn't catch this. He acted like he was correcting me by using the other example, right? Which was the periodic impedance of the coaxial lines. There's two examples here, which is a coaxial line with periodic impedance or a coaxial photonic crystal. So I specifically described the example of the photonic crystal. He pretended he was correcting me, and then he described the coaxial lines, right, with the periodic impedance. The way that he described that wasn't entirely wrong. They have like two cables. They have different impedances. One has 50 ohms, and one has like 70 or 75 ohms. So they're different impedances, and then they just basically overlap them, right? And they get a bunch of little small reflections within that, which line up to a specific frequency or rhythm, right? They match that, and then show that the propagation is faster than C. They also attained superluminal propagation with the photonic crystal. It is based on phase, and amplitude, and it is the out for your side. You have no choice here, my guy. You have to say that the group velocity doesn't count as information. If you're not going to claim that, then you're claiming relativity is debunked.
You got that, Snooze? The last part? Group velocity is not information or relativity debunked?
I already explained. I don't have to engage more.
Snooze, let me ask you a quick
Okay,
question
sounds
then.
good.
Since
Sounds
you're
good.
cooked on that, let me ask you a quick question. How does light pass through a medium and slow down, then magically speed back up as it passes through it without violating the law of conservation of energy? How does that work, Snooze?
I can't explain it at the moment, I would say, to you.
That's fine. That's fair. Well, maybe get some rest or something. I'll think about it, and then we can talk about it later.
Witsit explained it before. It bounces around within the medium.
Well, no, that's the mainstream projection. That's the mainstream.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not actually what's happening. This is just their own dogma, snaring them to the point where, they're stuck. They're stuck in a rut.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the examples where their own paradigm collapses in on itself. So you can just do an internal critique, debunk relativity. But would you agree,
No,
like
but
say
he
with the
should have known.
crystal?
He should have known that explanation, because in their explanation, it doesn't slow down. It just bounces around, right? And it takes longer to come out the other side. Snooze. I mean, it's simple in your model.
Bro, this is the issue, dude. It didn't take. Not only did it not take longer to come out, it came out 3 times the speed of light, dude.
Well, I read it came out before it went in. What's it?
Yeah, that's almost. That's
It
what it looks
says
like.
it comes out before it goes in. So I mean, it's nonsense.
Which obviously, it definitely can't in their paradigm, right? But it kind of can in ours in a way, right? If the ether is the light was already there, it didn't come and go. So like, whatever. But yeah. I will say, man, like this whole like group velocity doesn't count just because you arbitrarily say information is only carried in single wave velocity. Like it doesn't become true just because you say it, right? Like you just say that because it's like a requirement to keep relativity alive. Why would information be involved in single wave velocity but not group wave velocity? Can someone explain that coherently? How is one information but the other isn't? We're still receiving something. The fact we're receiving something, a signal, that's information.
This is like spooky action at a distance. In a sense.
Yeah, close.
No, it's not, and that's just showing that you don't understand what's going on in that experiment at all.
Yeah, you're the one that understands, bro. You've been proven wrong just about everything you said, bro. So come on, man. Try to learn something. Even in your own paradigm, you don't know the story, bro. Come on.
Just tell us then.
You cannot
Why
steel
does
man
the peak
anything
snooze?
that Witsit said. You have nothing
easy.
understood that he said.
Why does the peak in your paradigm, right? So you send in this pulse. Why does the peak of that pulse just boom, like faster than everything else?
No, it's not a peak in a single pulse. It's a frequency that is put on that this photonic crystal, which is basically this coaxial cable.
Those are two different things. Two different types of
No, it's not.
You're just changing
It's two types of
It's a coaxial photonic crystal with an alternating impedance between 50 and 75 hertz. It's not two cables. It's just segments of that cable that is alternating between 50 and 75 hertz.
Okay, listen, a coaxial line with periodic impedance or coaxial
You're interrupting me now. I tried not to do. So I
the
just
difference is I was trying to help you.
answer. So, and on that cable, they put a frequency. And because that frequency gets reflected. That's happening. What is in general happening in cables? If you hit the end, or if you hit a resistance change, then you get a reflection in the cable. That is typically what an old network cable, in coaxial network cable, happened. Why you need an end resistor on these cables to basically eat up the energy in the end and not cause a reflection. So by changing the impedance of that cable from 70 to 50 hertz, you create basically a reflection, and this reflection causes a standing wave. And because it is not exactly a standing, or it causes not a standing wave, it causes a wave that is working against the frequency that is on the cable. And that means that these two frequencies, the reflection and the original frequency, is reacting with each other, and then you get these interference pattern. And the interference pattern, the waveforms of the interference pattern, are faster than the speed of light. It's not that you put some signal in. It's basically like you put one sinus in, and then the cable causes a counteracting sinus, and that counteracting sinus is moving faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, I don't know. Everything's, to me, what I'm reading, everything is saying the peak of the pulse is moving faster than the bit with information. And you're saying, no, it's not the peak. I'm just going to reject that. Because you're just saying it's not what the paper's saying.
No, that's the peak of the amplitude, you go down in the signal and then you go up. And that up is the peak. And that up
it is the
peak of the
That's
wave.
moving faster?
Yeah. If
Okay,
it's a single wave,
all right. Now
if it's
go
a single
somewhere with it.
wave, this peak of the wave is moving faster, which means
Yeah, that's what.
And that can be measured on multiple points on the cable.
Yeah, but why? Well, they didn't. They're saying they didn't measure like every individual photon, right? That's what they're saying.
No. They measured.
What I'm asking you, no, they didn't. It says they didn't. What I'm asking you is like, why does that happen? Why does that peak go faster than the information?
Because you have these interference of frequencies, and they are. I think it's not an easy phenomenon that's explained there, but it's basically like two frequencies that is adding up to each other. So the interference frequency and the carrier frequency that is put by the signal generator on that cable. And because the interference frequency is not like just a normal frequency with just one frequency, because of these alternating impedance, you get different frequencies reflected on that cable. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Balnight, for this visualization. So here you see basically the interference of two slightly different frequencies. And when you have two hills meeting each other, you have a higher amplitude. And when you have a hill and a valley meeting, you have a very low amplitude. And that high amplitude, you see there, basically the big things of the lower wave is traveling faster than the waves of the two things at the top. So
No,
you
it's
see that
traveling
on
faster
the
than
red
speed.
dot, you see that on the red dot, or is it? I think it is red, of the lower one. So the blue one is just showing the middle, but the red one, which is traveling fast, is basically in this part not the peak, but the 0 point. So where the two frequencies are negating each other. And that is way faster than the two frequencies at the top. And that thing is traveling faster than the speed of light.
3 times faster. So how can
Yes.
that happen?
That's what I'm asking. Why? I asked
Because like
why, and then you tell me what I asked you.
you have
Why?
to
What are
articulate
you
why a
doing?
group velocity is not considered information, but single wave velocity is.
Because the leading edge of the wave is still not moving faster than the speed of light, which is where
Yes,
you would know that
why?
there's a signal.
Why? I'm going to repeat
Wait,
the
but wait,
question
wait,
again.
which is where
Understand that it's
what?
happening.
What do you say? Which is where what?
The leading edge of the wave, which is where you have your information,
What?
is
We don't have
the
information
speed.
in the rest of the wave?
No.
Okay, explain that. Explain that coherently. Is photon information?
Have you looked in the chat, Witsit?
Is it photon
This thing that
information?
Bill Nye.
Yes, I was looking at it the whole time you were talking while I'm driving. Is a photon information according to your paradigm?
A photon can be information, but a photon is it's a discrete packet, right?
Wait,
And
it can be or it is information?
well, it can be information if we assign a value to what the arrival of a photon means.
Wait, no, the question is simple, right? Like, is it information or is it not?
Unless we assign a value to it, it's not information, no.
Okay, well, it's in your paradigm, it's acknowledged as a carrier of information, and it transmits this information through various properties like frequency.
Yeah, but we have to encode it for it to carry information. If we don't encode it, it would be like it acts as an envelope, but if you don't put anything in the envelope, then it doesn't carry any information.
Wait, no, you agree that the information comes with the interpretation of the properties of the light? We can encode it. We encoded it based on a certain parameter we applied to it to
Yeah.
yeah, okay. So we created a system in which we encode it, and then we classified that as information that we use. So useful information, which is why one of the papers just disregards it as non-useful. It's so goofy, Dish. But you agree that the information is actually just the properties of the light, right? Like it's the frequency, for example. We encode it and then we interpret that information a certain way, but the properties exist whether or not we apply some arbitrary code to it, right?
The properties exist, yes, whether you apply a code to it or not. I posted a GIF here that's showing, various, differences in group velocity versus phase velocity. And in the cases of that experiment where we're getting this interference, that's causing the group velocity to speed up, where that blue line would move faster than the speed of light for a short period. The problem is the actual leading edge of the phase of the signal is not arriving faster than the speed of light, which is why you can't send information faster than the speed of light.
All right,
Otherwise,
so now
you would
back
have
at my question.
otherwise you would have faster than the speed of light communication.
All right, so now we're back at my question, right? It's like fucking waste of time. Just answer the question. Why does this happen?
Because of interference of two frequencies.
Literally like an overtone.
Two hills
in audio.
creating a higher, two amplitudes of two signals, increasing the amplitude. An amplitude like a hill and an amplitude valley are canceling each other out. And because you have two different frequencies, you have this group velocity traveling faster.
So theoretically, right? Theoretically, if we measured every single photon, there would be a speed discrepancy between each photon.
You are now talking about photons like particles, but this here is about waves.
Well, it's light, right?
No, yeah, but light has different properties, and this is very specially one very important thing. This whole experiment is about an electric pulse. It's a photonic crystal, yes, but they didn't send light in, they sent an electric signal. No photons involved.
Oh, same shit. It's light.
You guys are still talking about the...
Wait,
yes, y'all are still talking about the thing. Yeah, let me get in on this.
Yes, go ahead.
Yo, okay. So the key to skip all the garbage about all this is to actually focus on the thing that's being transmitted, right? And he's right. Like, it is actually a current signal that's being sent, right? So it's an electrical impulse, right? These electrical impulses are being sent. But the thing that you got to remember is The speed of light is supposed to be the universal speed limit for all things in the universe, for causality itself, right? And so it doesn't matter what it is, nothing is supposed to go faster than c. When this experiment took place, you can actually break it down to its most basic concepts, and it's that energy, right? Because that's the thing that's turning the detector on. Energy is being transmitted across a wire to a detector. The detector is in a off state by default, and it stays in an off state until it receives current. And at the moment it receives current, it flips on and it's recorded. At all other frequencies, all normal frequencies, the speed corresponding to the time of arrival of current is about 2/3 of c, because that's the standard electrical speed in a copper wire. But when you get to these specific frequencies where the superluminal effect happens, it gets to about 3 to 3.5 c. Now, people can argue phase velocity, group velocity. I'm sure you guys have probably been arguing about that. That doesn't matter, even though it is group velocity, which is still the overall velocity that you view it as. It's the outline of the wave packet. But what's more important is, what is the thing that's arriving at the other end of the wire that's turning on my detector? And the answer, most simply put, is energy. There is energy going from here to there, and it's flipping the detector on, and it's happening at a speed 3 times faster than light. That's the unavoidable conclusion.
No, it's not. The energy was already on the cable or on the wire. So there is already a frequency on that cable. Only because of interference, two different energy patterns are sometimes canceling each other out and sometimes increasing each other. The wavefront does not travel from the one side of the wire to the other. It's just the interference pattern of these frequencies does travel faster. So it's the group velocity that travels faster. It's no energy that travels faster, nor is any information traveling faster.
Okay, respectfully, two things here. One point is that the group velocity, if you read the paper, the way that they define it is the center of mass of the wave packet. You got a wave packet, they take the center line through the very middle of that wave packet, and that's where they define the group velocity. Okay? But remember, this other thing that you claimed was that the energy is already in the wire. That doesn't make any sense. So they are transmitting an impulse from point A to point B. That impulse is what turns on the detector.
No.
You saying there's already energy in the wire doesn't make sense, because if that was the case, the detector would always be on. It's not an energized wire. There's no energy in it. It flips. You hit a button, it sends the current for a very split second in time, and it gets there.
No, that's not what's happening in this experiment. It's not a single digital pulse or something. It is a frequency. No, absolutely not. And these detectors are no on-off detectors. There is energy or there is no energy, or it's measuring any kind of charge and no charge. That's not what's happening here. It's exactly as you can see in the pictures that are or in the animations that are in the chat. There is already a frequency on that cable, and if you hit the right frequency, that frequency is interfering with the impedance change in the cable and therefore creates a group velocity pattern that travels faster.
Okay, I'm gonna challenge you right now. Quote me anywhere in the paper.
The other end of the cable, the frequency has long before arrived, before they applied the correct frequency, and then got these kind of group velocity hills, what you call this kind of center of mass or these center of amplitude kind of peaks. That center of amplitude peaks travels faster. That is meant with a group velocity.
Buddy, listen. I challenge you right now. Show me anywhere in that whole paper where it says that this is an energized wire that has a constant frequency riding down it at all times, and then we simply add a pulse of a different frequency to see what happens. That's not what happens. They send pulses. There are timed pulses that are sent at selected intervals of selected frequencies. So, like, just imagine beep, beep, beep.
No.
Every time you hear it, a pulse is sent and detected.
No, look at figure 8. Look at figure 3. Look at figure 3 of the paper. There they show this group velocity kind of increase in amplitude, and that group velocity hump or bulge or however what you want to call it, that is traveling faster. It's not a single. Look to figure 3 and then look to the animations we have in the chat.
They're plotting the velocity with respect to the frequency. So they're showing that the velocity increases within a selected frequency band. The amplitude of the signal is not changing, the velocity is. The arrival time is sooner. They even acknowledge that on its face, it violates causality. They say right there in the paper, while this may appear to violate causality, the issue is merely a matter of definition, because no useful information can be sent at superluminal velocities. So the rescue device the authors of the paper use, they don't say, oh, it's not actually arriving there. They say no useful information can be sent. And the reason they say that is because the information that's received at the receiving end is not the same as what's sent at the sending end, because the waveform itself gets squished. If you look at the picture of the waveform, the way it's shaped at a normal frequency versus the way it's shaped at the band gap frequency, it actually squishes. It's like shooting water down a water hose. If you squeeze the water hose, you change the shape of the water. It's the same thing that happens to the packet, and they don't know how to read it when it gets to the other end. They don't know how to reform the packet back to the way it's supposed to be shaped, so it becomes unreadable. So they say no quote unquote useful information can be sent. But the news is, brother, I have to tell you, it don't matter if I can encode a PNG file or an MPEG or an MP3 into a file. It doesn't matter. Energy is energy, regardless of it's readable or not. It turns that detector on.
Well, it looks
Yeah,
like
I'll read it. However, since the transmitted energy is okay, although superluminal pulse propagation appears to violate the principle of causality, the issue is mostly a matter of definition. Group velocity, defined as the traveling speed of the peak or center of gravity of the pulse, can exceed c or become negative. However, since the transmitted energy is at all times smaller than that of the equivalent pulse traveling through free space, no useful information can be sent at superluminal speed.
Right,
Which
so
I told you guys when I introduced this idea that was the answer, remember?
So what would that mean? They're saying if that's like saying what moves faster than light is just an illusion.
Information.
It's just like a life jacket to just say it wasn't useful.
Information is not supposed to move faster than the speed of light, because that's the whole idea behind the thought experiment, where if you had a pole that reached from the earth to the sun and you pushed on it from the earth, it wouldn't immediately, instantaneously move all the way at the other end. If it was all the way to the sun, it would still take the same amount of time that light's supposed to take to get there before it would move, because that's information. But according to
not
this
specifically
experiment,
related.
What I'm getting at, according to this experiment, information is traveling faster. Whether it's useful information or not, seems to me like that's still information traveling faster than the speed of light.
Correct. That's the point.
Yeah, they're just not calling it information. They're saying it's incapable.
They're calling it non-useful information, bro. The people in this room are just saying it's not even information or whatever, but you know.
They're saying there's nothing traveling and the detector's turning on from nothing.
Well, that's what the one guy's saying.
Like, you essentially have to say it's just an illusion. It's not really there carrying any information.
Where is that guy? I want this guy to realize, do you think that it's current or a lack of current that turns a switch on. Right? This thing's in an off state. Do you think it's current or no current that makes it switch on? Definitely current. The answer is obvious. Right? Like the current has to arrive for it to receive anything. Otherwise, there's nothing to receive.
Yeah,
Regardless of what
information. The moment it switches on is when information has been sent from the start point.
Correct. It's super basic. Like this is super easy logic to understand.
Hey Piezo, with that guy saying that there was already a frequency in the line, is he trying to act like it had something in there had a head start? Like is
Yeah,
it
he's
like
literally making something up, bro. That's not in the paper at all.
Yeah, like in his mind, it can't be possible. So he's saying that basically the entire signal was already sent A to B, and that they were just looking inside of it and seeing that something inside of it was moving up and down faster than the speed of light.
Wow.
Yeah, they're actually timing the pulses. And they like Witsit read the quote. It's the group, the way the definition they're using for the group velocity is the center of mass of the pulse. Like what group velocity actually is, the layman's definition, the easy way to remember. Think of a phase, like imagine a photon packet, and you got 3 spaghetti strings. So it's got 3 different frequency components, okay? A phase is let me choose the phase to be the peak. The phase would be any of the 3 peaks on those 3 spaghetti strings. Those would all be separate phases, right? So I could have a phase velocity, which would be the speed which that spaghetti string peak moves. But the group velocity would be if I took a Sharpie and I drew an outline around the entire outside of the wave packet as a whole. I outlined the whole thing. That's the group. So the group velocity would be like the velocity of that entire thing as if I treated it as one object. And the method they use to approximate it is the center of mass, which is just the average. But you know, if it's a uniform wave packet, you can always use the center because the mass, you can just the left side of the center or right side of the center are going to be equal.
It's just a get out of jail card. That's what I was saying. Like the constituent parts are still a problem. Like just arbitrarily treating it as a whole singular unit and then saying, "Oh, well, this isn't information. Information's only the single wave," is stupid. And that's what Jace was saying.
Yeah. That's why I brought up that thought experiment, because it's sort of the same thing. When you push something on one end of the wire and you detect it somewhere down the wire, it's not supposed to be able to get there faster than the speed of light, whether it's physical push or energy traveling down the wire. And
well, if you look up,
this just seems like it's the energy traveling faster than C, or the information of it.
And if you look up on Google right now, like if you're not familiar with this subject, just go Google which velocity is of a wave is the part that carries energy. It'll tell you the group velocity is the part that carries energy. Like that's known. Or it might even tell you the leading edge, which here's news for you. If you're measuring from the middle and the middle arrives at 3C, which part arrives first, the front or the middle? Obviously, the front gets there before the middle does. So either way, whether you're measuring from the front or the middle, if the middle is 3C, the front's at least that. So you have no escape on the fact that the energy gets there that fast.
Yeah, Jake, what do you got to say about that? You guys are all just going to go mute.
Well, even if you say it's an optical illusion, it's still there. It's still something that you can observe.
So here's an analogy, okay? An analogy would be like, imagine that you have one guy. Imagine that you're trying to send a message using like people, right? Like what we used to do in the old days, right? Where you tell someone a message and then they go run across the field or take a horse or whatever, okay? And let's say that one person only knows 5. Let's say that one person only knows 5 words, right? Or can remember 5 words, right? So if you want to send like a 25-word message, you take 5 people. You have to send 5 people, right, at the same time, right? So you go, okay, I want to send this message, right? So you send off the 5 people that they're running, and while they're running across the field, some people run faster than the other people. Nobody can ever run in a way that where they're running faster than the speed of light as a group, right? But within the group, they can move back and forth amongst each other. But the very first part, there always has to be like whoever represents the very front of that message can never exceed the speed of light. So even though they're changing positions rapidly, and sometimes they seem to be going backwards, and sometimes they seem to be going faster than the speed of light, that doesn't change, right? And then if you want to send another message again, you have to send another group of people, and they're still limited by that same thing, where they can change places all they want, but the time that it takes to get from one place to the other can never exceed the speed of light. And that's kind of what is happening here with these reflections that are going on within the cable.
What are the reflections?
So you're saying a vibratory